Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. This is a Flutter Absolute Beginners course. This is a course for Flutter 2024, and in this course we'll cover Flutter and Dart. Using Flutter and Dart, we'll cover complex UI. The complex topics would include class concepts, constructor, inheritance, stateful class, stateless class, widgets, reusable widgets, and then more on the Dart side, we'll cover more about list and map, different iterations, map and JSON, and how to process map data, and many more. At the end of the course, you'd be able to build something beautiful. You'd be able to build a homepage UI like this, which is complex. And then over here, you will have your search screen. And then after that, here you will have ticket screen, which is very advanced and complex UI. And then eventually you will have your own profile page. And in the course, we'll also see how to do navigation or routing. That means that if you click on different part of the screen, it will take to other places or other part of the screen or other part of the app. So that would be very exciting. Apart from that, we have also covered three main state management system: GetX, Bloc, and Riverpod. But by the time now, if you don't know about them, it's okay. So take it easy. I'll cover everything step by step. We have also covered routing and navigation, which I have talked before. At the very beginning of this tutorial, we have started with installation. That means we'll cover installation, how to install. So we have done a step-by-step installation of VS Code, Flutter SDK, and Android Studio. And not only that, we have covered how to set all the complex environment variables and how to get them up and running. Anyway, throughout the course, you will see we have covered a lot of quizzes and assignments to solidify your Flutter learning. Okay, so this is our app. When you start it up, you'll see like this. And you can scroll, you'd be scroll left to right from here. And the same you'd be able to do for hotel screen or hotel sections. And at the same time, if you click any of this over here, it will take you to the detail ticket screen page. Now, the same for here. For example, if you're moving from Dhaka to Shanghai, so here you'll see from Dhaka to Shanghai on all the related information. Not only that, you'd be able to view all the tickets. Okay, so these are a lot of tickets. And once again, if you click anywhere, you'd go to the related screen on the detail page. And the same for hotels. So here you will have hotels. And then you can also click on this. You could view more images like this, and then over here you'd be able to scroll up and down, and you'll see there is a beautiful animation. You can do less, you can go back. All right, now you'd be also able to view over here. So here you'll have more hotels or related information, and once again you can click any of them and the same effect goes, and a beautiful animation eventually. So we have covered everything in depth. And of course, you will have your search screen over here, and then your ticket detail screen and your profile. All right, so we were done with this. And the next step we want to go ahead and do is working on this things over here, as well as you'll see that in some cases, this doesn't fill up the screen, and which is very ugly. So these are the things that we need to take care. Now, to be able to do that, we need to put our focus over here inside this flexible spacebar, this background image. Okay, well, the first thing here we would do is changing this image property. Okay, so let's go ahead and change it, the image property itself. Like, we can come over here and put a comma and come down, and within it here there is a property called fit. Okay, box fit dot cover. So we want to use it as cover. Now if you go there, okay, it looks like already covered, and the top as well, and then here left to right, and which is beautiful actually, and here as well. So with this, the problem has been solved. So in general, if you have image widget and the image itself you want to fill up left to right, top or bottom, it doesn't matter how many directions, the image box fit could help a lot. Okay, so that's how you should go ahead and work. Now after that, there is another big problem that we need to solve. You'll see that this guy, first thing, it's not very visible, and this position actually changes. It's not always there. It changes based on, you know, this length or width. So we want to give it a background color as well as keep it in a fixed place so that we don't need to change it or keep changing all the time. Okay, so we want to give it a fixed position. Okay, now here once again we are going to work with our stack widget. Okay, because within stack widget over here we can control the position itself. So every time you want to control the position of certain widget on your UI, it's better you should wrap it around using what is that called, stack widget. Okay, all right, now to be able to do that, so we have our image widget. I'm going to cut it over here, and then here I'm going to have stack widget, and we know that stack widget takes a lot of children, so that's why we have this one. And then inside this we can use positioned, and here position itself will take this image, the one that we had early. Okay, let me go ahead and refactor the code so that it becomes more readable. All right, let's go ahead and save it. Now of course it distorts everything, that's the problem. Here we could also use a fill property. It's gonna fill it. Okay, now it's the problem solved. Okay, this is another trick that you could use with positioned widget, which resides inside stack widget. The fill property is gonna fill up everything, whatever the child it holds, because it holds this child over here. Now this is the first position widget. Okay, now image itself, we don't want to work on any kind of positioning. No, because if you have stack widget, within stack widget everything you have to put using positioned widget, otherwise you will get error. Okay, so that's why we did that, even though we are not changing any position over there. All right, so now here actually we want to take care of this title. We don't want to use the title, this one. Okay, we want to put the title here. Okay, now one thing I could do, I can go ahead and copy this and put it here, and I can comment this out. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. Immediately you see that it's like that it's gone. Okay, it's most probably here at the top because we need to change the position. Now since we are using positioned widget, this is the time we can go ahead and change the position. Now to do that, say for example you change it to bottom 20. Okay, and it looks like it didn't show up, and it doesn't matter. And then also assign left. Okay, right, and here we do see that it showed up, but if you do want that, you can also use right. Okay, so this could be a perfect place from left side, from right side 20 rather than here. Okay, all right, now over here we don't see that it looks good. So this text widget, we want to wrap it around container so that we can give it a transparent background. Okay, we need to do that because otherwise this text is not very readable. Now the very first thing here we could do is color, and then here we could do, say for example, colors dot black, and then with opacity say 0.5, because we don't want complete black. Okay, the background itself, we want a little bit of opacity, like for example we can see the chair within it, right? Okay, well that's the first thing. And then at the same time the text itself is not very clear, so we want to change the text. Now in this case we are not going to use any kind of predefined custom widget, that one we built, because we want to apply shadow to it. Okay, so for this reason, inside this text widget over here, we're going to use the property called style. Okay, style, and then here text style, and the text style itself will have color. So let's go ahead and do color, and then colors.white. Okay, now we do see that it has a color, something called white. Okay, all right, so now it is visible. And another thing that we could do here is the padding, edge insets dot symmetric. So with this, we'd be able to place padding horizontally and vertically just using two numbers. Okay, because this is symmetric. So here horizontal, say 8. Now here you see left and right, we have a little bit of space, right? So left and right, and then top and bottom, for that one we can use vertical, and say for example for this you use 4. And now it gotten better. Okay, now back to style again. So this time over here we may use the font. Okay, so what is the font size? Say font size, we're gonna use this one, and we can use 24, and now it would stand out, and which is much better and clearer. Okay, all right, and if you do want, you can give it more transparency. Okay, like this. Okay, but I think 0.5 looks perfect. Okay, all right, and then over here within this, for now we can put a const modifier, and over here we could do the same for now. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, now since we use this style over here, and here you see that you might have something called decoration or shadow. Actually, not really decoration. We are looking for something called shadow, this one. So our style text could be shadowed. I mean, the text itself could have shadow. So that's why here we use shadows, and shadows takes list of shadows. If you hover over on this, you'll see it's a list. So whenever you see a list, in general, you want to use this too. Okay, and inside this you could put as many items as you want. Blur radius. Okay, so inside this we're gonna do shadow. Okay, I think it should be this small. Okay, I think I have a typo, sorry. Shadow. Okay, right. Now inside this, the first thing we want to do is called blur radius, and then here 10.0, and then color, and here app colors, app styles dot primary. Now here we do have a const, so that's gonna cause the problem. So let's remove that, because if you use const, you can't use dynamic. So this is dynamic. This value is read on the fly. And then over here we can use offset. Okay, and then offset would be offset. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so well, it doesn't look like that we have a lot of changes, but with shadow, if you do apply a shadow, for example, if you remove this, so there might be small changes. Okay, let's go ahead and check that. Let's click on this, and let's come over here. So this is what we have, and then let's come over here. This is the other thing we have. Okay, and now let's put the shadow back. All right, okay, now with this, with everything, it looks much better design, not like the earlier one, which was very sloppy. Okay, well, in next section we'll explain how the shadows work. All right, so as I said in earlier section that we are going to go ahead and look at this shadow and try to understand it more, that how shadow works. Now, shadow is a very common concept in Flutter programming or any kind of programming. And if you understand how it works, actually, even if you go to other front-end programming, you will find it's easy. Now, to begin with, first over here, I'm going to change this color for now. Here, I'm going to change it to colors.red as I like it for doing debugging. Let's go ahead and put it like this. And you see that there is a red color that appeared. So let me do it like this one more time so that we know that what I'm talking about. App styles primary color. Now, if you do like this, you see that the background has gone. There was a red color, right? Because our primary color is also kind of dark, so that's why when you use primary color as color, it's not visible. So now here you see that the red appeared, so which actually tells you that, okay, so there is a shadow and the shadow color is red, which is more obvious over here, I believe. And then over here, as you can see that, so it's everywhere. Okay. Anyway, so here we do see that the red color, right? So that's our shadow. Now, how does this blur radius and everything else works? Now we're going to start from blur radius. So when you say blur radius, say for example is 0, it means not blurry at all. And imagine when something is not blurry, what happens? It means that you can see clearly, okay? And if you come over here, you'll see the default value is 0, okay? The default value is 0. All right. Now, if you put it 0 over here, okay, so which means that this color should be visible, which means that when I see it, I can see it completely. See what? The shadow. The shadow is not blurred. You can understand it like this. That means that when you look at the shadow, you can see the shadow, and that's the default value. So as you increase the value, for example, say if you have 10 and save, you'll see that it gets blurry, which means that you see it little, not much. So let's go ahead and save it. And here you see that it disappeared a little bit. Now, if you do use say 15, it'll go away more, and eventually if you have a higher value, you'll see that the red color has completely gone. Okay. All right. So when you say blur radius, something is blurry and the value is higher, you kind of don't see that. Okay. When the default value is 0, you get to say this. So that's the idea. So earlier we put it like 10, and then we see that there is a red color. Now, how does this work? Okay. Now, even before we understand this, so let me set it to 0 so that the red is more obvious, and then understand this. Now, this offset refers to X and Y axis. X and Y axis. In Flutter, this horizontal axis is the X axis, and this vertical axis is the Y axis. And then at the same time, for horizontal axis, the right side is the positive, and for vertical, the downside is the positive. So for horizontal axis, if you go on the left, that would be negative. And for vertical axis, if you go up, that would be negative. So in general, you'd work with right and down, okay? And this way you'll get all positive values. Anyway, from here, it starts from 0. And then as you go on the right, the X value increases. And if you go down, Y value increases as well. So if you have a point, say for example, somewhere here, then it would be 1, 1, okay? And then if you have a point somewhere here, that would be most probably X value 2 and Y value 2. Okay, so that's how it works. Now, the same thing works with shadows. Now, as you have seen over here, so we have this offset. So this offset actually starts from 0, 0, and then, well, we are increasing 2, 2. So now in our case, the offset started from here and 2 points to here. So that means that the shadow came down here. Originally the shadow started here, but then when you do 2, the shadow starts from here. So that's how it works. And that's why here you do see that over here we have this blurry that came down. That's because of 2. A little bit of blurriness that came down that gave it a 3D feeling. But if you do use 0, it will start from 0, and then you don't see any at all because the shadow is completely being covered by the text. Okay, now we could do, say for example, 10, which means that the X value is 10, which means that it will move to the right. Okay, move to the right. So let's go ahead and check it over here. So as you will see, so here it should be a little bit there, but of course because the border is too slow, that's why we don't see that. But now we can use another Y value. So this is X, this is Y. Let's go ahead and save it. And then here you see that it came down like 10 pixels or like that. From top it came down pretty much like 10 pixels, and that's how it works actually. So as you push down, say for example you want to do 20, you'll see that it will go down. And once again, going down is the positive axis. As you can see that it came down so much. And then if you want to play with minus, you could do that, so it will go up. And if you do want over here, that's also fine. So that's how it works. Okay, so if you constantly change the values, this value will also change over here. So that's how you understand shadows. And shadows are very important concept in Flutter programming, especially if you want to do styling. Anyway, so let's go back to our original coding, the way that we put it, because we want to put it like that. Okay, and I think our color was primary color. Let's go ahead and save it, and this is what we are happy with. But if you want, of course you can go ahead with red color, and it's totally fine, up to you. Now anyway, now over here we are going to go ahead and put this const so that it works better. All right, so here we are done with this section. So next we need to work with this more or less and then images. As we explained earlier, more or less button would be like this. Here you will have few text, we'll control the number of lines that we show, and then we'll have dot button, and then here we'll have a clickable button which will expand the text, and as it does it, we can scroll up and scroll down, and then eventually over here we can also click on the less button so that we see our picture and everything else. So this is what we're going to cover in next section. We know that we have to work on this, and let's go and see how to work on this. Now here I will have text like this and this to understand, and some code to understand, and then we'll go to actual coding. So imagine this code is, this text is the text over here. Now of course here we have something called more and a less. These two are actually the buttons. So as we click on them, so if I click on this more button, we'll see long text or complete text. And if I click on this less button, it would be like this. So idea is if I click on this, it would open up. If I click on this, it would shrink or close like that. Anyway, so here in this case we'll have a variable which we'll declare later. The variable name itself would be called expanded, and we'll give it a default value as a false. So when the value is false, default value, so the text would appear like this, which means we'll have some text, and then we'll have this dots. Now the dots would be maintained by a property called overflow, and we'll set it to ellipsis, and this is also the default value. And then again we'll have another value which is called max line or max lines property, which would be coming from text widget, and we'll also set it to 3. Now these are all default condition, and as soon as someone hits on the more button, the condition would change to this one, expanded true, which means that our text is open, which means that more text we see, max lines default property, we'll set it to null, which means that show as many lines there. Okay, and overflow visible means, okay, show all of them. Okay, so this all work together. Okay, and once someone clicks on the slash button, it will change expanded value to false, and then they will change automatically. So the idea is we have to have a default value, and the default value would be changed based on the button trigger, and we have to play with change this default value, and then these other values would change automatically. Now let's go ahead in our hotel detail, and we have this text widget, and we have to create a new text widget for this. Now for now, I'm going to create a new class over here, and I'm going to go ahead and call it something like expanded text widget. Okay, all right, so this is what we want to do, and then this is the class that would be calling from here as a widget. So for now, in our case, we'll just return a text widget called text. Let's go ahead and use it. And then over here, for now, I'm going to comment this out. Okay, and then over here we are going to call expanded widget, expanded text widget, just like this, and that's all. Just go ahead and save it, and of course we see the text, the one that we wrote over here. All right, so now this is the time that we need to work on it step by step. Well, first over here, this widget will actually have our text. This is the text that we want to pass, and then after passing this text, we'll have this expanded variable which we'll declare, and then other things would all come together. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, first we need to have a variable, so let's go ahead and declare the final string, and we're gonna call it text. And then all we need to do over here, since we declared it over here, we need to receive it in the constructor to initialize it. So here we'll have text. So whatever the value we pass to this text variable, it would grab in this constructor and assign the value to this one. And of course we get an error, we'll fix that. And the other one here, we just simply go ahead and use it as a text. So whatever the variable has value, we pass it down to this text widget. And of course here we'll have an issue because it says that, hey, you need text. For now, I'll still put my text. Let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it changed to my text. But I'm going to copy this line from here, and then I'm going to put it here. And we know that that'd be a long text. Before that, let me come down like this so that it's easy for me to keep track of the brackets. All right, and then over here I'm going to have this. Most probably I need to do like this so it looks good, but of course you can format that anyway. So now let's go ahead and use it, and we say it like this. Great. Okay, so the other thing we want to do over here in the picture that we have seen that, so we have to have this 3 variables, and then these 3 variables will have this is the variable, and these are all coming from our text property. So first we need to go ahead and declare this. Let's go ahead and do that. Now we need to do this over here. So now let's go ahead and say like this, string. Oh, actually it's not string, it's bool, and is expanded. Okay, now it would be the default value over here as false. But now the problem with this, if we declare it here, we need to pass it in the constructor, which we don't want. So for now we're going to declare it here. Okay, is expanded like this. And then over here we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call it text widget, and this one itself would return us a text widget. Okay, and how it's gonna work, so let me go ahead and show you. So let's copy this and let's remove that and copy it and put it here, and then here pass text widget, and it's still gonna work. Okay, it's the same thing. All you did, there was this text widget, you just moved it up, and the return value from it, we put it in a variable called text widget. It doesn't really matter. Okay, now this here we can write a bit of Dart code and it would help us rather than putting everything inside this text, which is not convenient. Okay, so well, that's the first thing that we learn over here. Okay, so the other properties, like we have seen early, that this two, now we need to go ahead and set them. And how do you set? You can set them here. So max lines. Okay, so max lines, we're gonna do 3. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and here you do see that only 3 lines available, and which is okay, this is what we want, but others are gone. So let's go ahead and set them step by step. So over here we can do overflow. The overflow comes from text overflow, this one, dot ellipsis, this property. Okay, all right, so now as you see that here we have this dot dot dot. Okay, so we showed 3 line, and after that we show this ellipsis. Okay, so this first part is done. We declared the variable and we set this properties. Okay, right, but now our job is to go ahead and play with this value. Okay, so we want to toggle this value, we want to change this value. Okay, and how we are going to do that? Okay, so what do we need to do over here? We can go ahead and create a method. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So here we can say toggle expansion. Okay, this one, and then over here this would be a function, and inside this all we need to do, take this one and reverse it. Now if you want to reverse a value, you need to put this bang operator, and then you have to have this one over here, and that's how it works. Okay, so if the current value is false, so it would take false over here, and we'll use this one. So Flutter would do this one to negate, so false would become true, and then this value would become as true. Okay, now of course this is a lot of theory here, but now we need to find a way to call this. Of course you cannot call it from here, you cannot call it from here. So over here we need to use a new widget. So here we're gonna say column widget. All right, and then definitely we'll have children, and let me go ahead and do this. Okay, so here we need to have children. Okay, right, typo, fix that. Right, so the first, definitely we go ahead and call this one. Let's save it, and it is here, it is still here. Make sure that it is taking effect. Let's come over here. I think we're doing this. Okay, fine. All right, so this is the first one, and second one over here we can have gesture detector. Once again, every time we want to click on something, you should use gesture detector. Okay, and now this is a network issue. My internet is not very good today, so these images are not loading. Okay, so we can ignore them. All right, okay, cool. Anyway, so here we'll have on tap. Okay, and inside on tap event, all we need to do, we need to go ahead and call this function. Okay, but of course the on tap, well, we have the event, but we don't have any visual component, which means our child. Okay, so here we'll have a text. Okay, now the text itself, here we can say press me. Okay, just like this. Let's go ahead and save it, and we do see it that, okay, it is here. Of course It doesn't look like a button, but we're gonna make it a button very soon. But the thing will happen, so you'd be able to actually click on this, but nothing looks like nothing happens, but actually a lot of things happen. So over here we can say the value is, all right, and then here is expanded. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right, now once again ignore this. It's okay, now it's loaded, but anyway, let's go ahead and ignore that. So here let's go ahead and press this. Remember, current value is false, so once this is called from here on tap, this would get executed. It would negate the value, and this value would be true. Okay, and since this is true, we'll print it here true. Okay, so as you see, the value is true. But now next time we call it again, so this toggle expansion will get called. It will have true over here, and true negate becomes false, so we'll see the value is false. Okay, so yeah, so that means this part is working. So right now we are already able to toggle between the text. Now another thing we need to do, since we can toggle, we can detect. Remember, once we detect this expanded became true, then we need to set max line to null and overflow to visible. That's what we want to do. So that was the main purpose of toggling. I mean, you change the value, we detect it, and you have to change. And how to change? And actually, it's very easy. So over here, remember, we have this variable that we declared. We can always check it. Okay, so if this is true, then max null, max lines, you set it to null. Otherwise, you set it to true, because if you do hover over on this max lines, it takes null values. When you see a question mark in Flutter like this or any other programming language, it means that it could take null value. So if it is true, we don't set it to any certain number of lines. We set it to null, which means that any number of lines could be put over here. So that's why we do that. Okay, and the same one over here. So let's go ahead and copy this. Sorry, I think I can copy this one. So over here, if this is true, then we could do like this: text overflow, okay, dot visible. Okay, all right. Otherwise, we do it as ellipsis. So remember how it works. If it is true, the first one is null, which means that show all the lines. And for this one, if it is true, make sure that this is a command. It tells Flutter that show all the lines. This means that take all the lines. Okay, here actually it doesn't mean show, it means taking. And the actual showing happens because of this one. So it means show all the lines. Okay, if it is not true, that means it's ellipsis. Okay, right. All right, so that means that we are almost working on it, and it should be working. Okay, so now let's go ahead and restart our app one more time. Make sure that we are not missing any update. So let's come over here and I'm going to click on this, and we see that, okay, the value is true. But the problem is the text itself didn't get updated, and how and what to do. So now the value is being changed, but it doesn't reflect on the screen. Why not? Now that happens due to something called stateful widget. Because once you change a variable value and you want to show the related changes on the UI, you need to use stateful widget. Remember, stateless widget is like a dead widget. It doesn't really show any update on the screen. Like the things that happen in the background, it doesn't show in the screen. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to convert it to stateful widget. So let's go ahead and do that. So here I'm going to convert it to stateful widget. Now this is a stateful widget, and since this is a stateful widget, we have a mechanism. The mechanism is called set state. So all we need to do, we need to cut this, and then we need to invoke this set state function, and here we need to put it. So what set state does is, well, if a variable value changes, and if that changes is supposed to update the UI, because it is changing over here, so it is supposed to update the UI related stuff, then it tells Flutter, go and update the UI and show it to the user. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. All right, and most probably we need to restart. Let's go ahead and come over here. Let's click on this. Okay, right, and now let's see. Okay, so while it is true, but we don't see it over here yet. Okay, now, well, of course this is not working. One of the things that we need to do right now, this one. So this few things actually we need to take outside. So let's go ahead and put them out of this over here. Okay, all right, now it should be working. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, let's go ahead and click on this. Yes, you see that it already works. So the magic is happening. All right, now then our next job is to go ahead and change this button itself, because of course we don't want to show press me all the time. So we want to toggle between more or less. Okay, now here let's go ahead and check is expanded. Okay, expanded. Well, is expanded true? Then here you say less, otherwise here you say more. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right, now of course as you see that it changes, but of course there are other properties that we need to set up. Over here we could do style, and then we can use our custom style, app styles dot text style, this one, and then we can also invoke copy with method. Now within it we can set the color and app styles dot primary color. So this is the one that we want to use. So now let's go ahead and check it. Let's click on this. Yes, it changed. All right, now our job is to put it on the left side, and that should be easy. And with this column, because these two texts are column, right? They are sitting on the top of each other. So here everything we can set as cross-axis alignment, because this is a column, so the cross-axis should be horizontal. So over here we do cross-axis alignment dot start. Now with this, everything would start from here. Okay, right. All right, okay, so that means that this part is working, because this text, the one that we had early over here, that was hard-coded, right? So make sure that you have this one in hotel list. You created a detail field and then put text inside this, as many text as possible. Okay, but make sure that your text format is correct. Okay, so this is one thing you need to make sure. So now once you create this detail field for all of them, now we can come over here instead of being hard-coded like this, in fact, we can remove that. So here we'll have text, and then here we'll have, let's see, what we were passing early, hotel list. Okay, right. So here we do hotel list, is it list, and then index. I think we have a typo. Is it hotel list? Actually, we're supposed to get that. Am I spelling anything wrong? Oh, right. This is the one that's causing the problem. And then over here, we'll have detail. Okay. Now let's go and save it. Wow. So this is a lot of text that you see right now. Okay. And we also see that it goes up. As you scroll like this, it goes up. And this is what we want. Okay. All right. So that means it's working. Okay. You could do like this, and you could do like this, and you could do like this, and it would go up and down. Now, if you do want, like for example, this hotel is called Goodwill. Let me go ahead and find it. Where is the hotel? It should be the first one, I believe. Goodwill. Okay, second one, right. It doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take more text out of it. And I'm going to create the result that we can completely go up as we scroll. So all I need to do, make sure you create and copy more text. So I'm going to be quick over here. So now over here at the end, I'm going to put or copy them a few times, and let's restart our app. Okay, and let's come over here. And let's come over here and let's see that. So we have a lot of text. Now, if you do scroll, you see that there is this thing. All right, it's beautiful. Now, of course, one would say that, okay, why does this disappear? The reason that it disappears is because, remember, we have used positioned widget. Here, we have used positioned widget to show the text title, as you see over here. Okay, to show the text title, we have used positioned widget, and because it's always fixed over here right now. Earlier, when we are doing our tutorial about sliver and custom scroll view, we didn't have positioned widget. We had just the text as a title, but since we wanted to keep it fixed over here, so that's why it doesn't move even though you are scrolling up and down, but the text is actually still here, but it is like because of this text, it is overflown, or not overflown. I mean, it's staying on the top of that title. So that's why you don't see that. But anyway, regardless, whatever it is, I think we have achieved a beautiful design after working so long on this section. And in my mind, it's a very professional design. You can go ahead and just use it. There's a lot of the apps, they have this kind of features that where you toggle information and then scroll up and down. It's a beautiful and seamless scrolling. Okay, so over here, it's showing a certain amount of text. I think to make it more beautiful, we can actually make it a little longer. Now for this one, let's come down to this guy over here. So instead of this 3, we could say let's 6. And I think this is better. Even you could do, say, for example, 9, okay, and which fits better, okay. I'll do like this. Now our job is to show this. Now these images we need to read from our all.json.dart file. These are hotel list, and inside the hotel list I have added another new field as images, and over here I have put different images, and as you can see, and last one actually I have just repeated. All right, so you can go ahead and add an images field or a key, and then you should have this third braces, and inside this you will have, so here we created a list. That's how it's get a little bit complicated. And make sure that at the end of this line you add a comma, otherwise you'll get error. Okay, and once you do this, you can just copy and change the name correctly. And after that, you need to come over here, images directory, and put your images here. Like as you see, these are the newly added images I've done. Now in the earlier section code resources, you can go ahead and find this images. So you can also of course go ahead and copy this if you want to use the images provided by me. Okay, so I have already added in the earlier lecture resources section. So just download that code and then you go to this assets folder and you'll find all these images. So what you could do, you can put all the images or directly replace your images folder with my images folder. And after that, you should stop the app and restart. You should stop it, otherwise you'll get error. So that's the first thing. And the next thing is actually pretty much done. We have already worked on this. So this is the place that where we need to show our images over here. Let me go ahead and replace this with sized box. It's fine. So earlier we were using network images, but this time we are not going to do. We are going to use images.asset. Okay, so we are going to use asset images. Asset. Now over here we are going to do hotel list, and then as usual we pass the index. Now this index is coming from the top, if you remember this one. Okay, all right, so let's come over here, and then after that we need to access this images field. Now this images field refers to the field of this one. Okay, and then we could do length. Okay, length. Why you could do length? Because over here this images, this one is a list. So every time you have a list, and if you want to know the number of items it has, you can always use dot length. Okay, now we would know how many items we have. Well, in fact, right now we can go ahead and print this if you do want. Okay, say for example over here print. Okay, you can put this one, and I do believe that I need to put this operators, otherwise we'll get error. Now let's go ahead and save, and once again these are the network images, so we're gonna ignore that. And as you see that over here the item is 3 because we have 3 items, so we can access this. Now if you do want, you can also access the first element, for example this one 0. Now as you see that here it says a hotel view. Okay, now since it was going through it, looping through it, so here it does find the hotel view. Now hotel view refers to this very first images. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and try one more time. Okay, once again our network images are causing issues, so we're going to remove that. Okay, right, so it goes through the list. Okay, it goes through the list, but here this is the problem, because this index and this index are matching up, so that's why you see differently, because it's first running this one, this index, which is the outer index, but when you are inside this, it matches up with this one. They have different index. So what I could do, I can here say images index. Okay, images index. Okay, now let's go ahead and save. You'll see that only one. Okay, for example, now if you go city view, here you'll see that city view PNG. And once again, if you go to city pool, here you'll see pool view 1 PNG. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, all right, so the next part we want is removing this guy over here. Now let's remove this. and within it here we want like this, something like hotel list, and then we access our index, and then here images, and there here we'll say images index, this one. So let's go ahead and save it. Okay, and it does look like we are still missing an image source, but we are not sure about that. So let's go ahead and restart our app. Now let's come over here, let's click on this. Yes, look like we are still missing hotel room view, hotel room view 1. Okay, right. Okay, so this is correct. The problem is in other places, not here. So here we also need to say where are the images. They're in assets and images folder. Now let's go ahead and load, and awesome. So here we do see 3 of our images. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart, so to make sure that we don't have any error this time. Click on this, all of our images are loaded over here. Awesome, beautiful. And you can of course do the usual stuff as you want, and all the images are loadable. If you do come over here, you'll see that this images. All right, okay, cool. So now with this we are done in this section, I mean in terms of the view. Now if you do get confused at how the indexes work, I know that it is confusing. This index refers to the outer index. What is outer index? Outer index refers to the items of this, and like that. Okay, and then this index refers to this index is over here. So if you want to access this image, so you have to find which one are you accessing first. Okay, so you have to get the index for one of this, and then you have to get the index for this. So that's why we have to have indexes twice. Hopefully it makes sense. So with this we are done in this section, and I do believe that we have done a remarkable job over here. It is a real life app in this view, that because we have built a lot of apps, and a lot of the apps they have this similar view, and which is awesome. All right, so before we move to next chapter, actually I want to do another thing. Like for example, for now we can click on this, we can view any kind of ticket, right? But we also want to do it for all of this. Okay, if you click on this, it'll take you to that new page. If you click on this, it'll take you there, right? So this is what we want to do now. Now to be able to do that, first we need to find this this page. Right now we know that this is inside BottomNabBar and home screen, and over here I do believe, okay, right here, upcoming flights, and this section. Okay, now this part actually we have done similar things before. For example, if you come over here, all hotels, so we did the same thing. Okay, so we're gonna do the same over here. So let's close this, let's come over here. All right, and so over here we have this map, right? And I do believe the map ends here and here, right? So we need to do it just like this over here. Where is it? Okay, I think I lost it again. Actually here, right? So we need to invoke things like this. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy on this. So let's go ahead and copy on this. That's the first thing we want to do. And we over here we see that right after this single ticket, so part of it is wrapped around gesture detector. So this one, so which means this guy over here, this guy, this one has to be wrapped around gesture detector. So let's go ahead and do that. So we are going to go ahead and wrap it around the widget, and then we're gonna call it gesture detector. All right, and let's go ahead and format our code, and then over here we're gonna have on tap event. Okay, and within on tap event we are going to go ahead and do this. So now this part should be clickable, and in fact everything else stays the same. If you do remember earlier what we did over here, we have gotten the index for each object, which is a ticket object, and then we passed it to this one. So let's go ahead and save. All right, I think it's already auto saved, and let's go ahead and click on this. Okay, I do believe then we go ahead and restart, and we're gonna see how it works. Okay, hopefully it's restarted. Okay, beautiful. As you can see that it already works. Why? So New York to London, and 8 hour 30 minutes. New York to London, 8 hour 30 minutes, and the same ticket is shown over here, as you can see. So this part has been done. Now if you click on this, Dhaka to Shanghai, we do see the same thing over here. So this part is very dynamic right now. By saying that one, that also means we're going to do exactly the same for our hotel. Okay, now this is the hotel, and then we're going to wrap it around gesture detector over here. So let's go ahead and do that, and right over here gesture detector. Okay, so gesture detector would help us to be clicked. All right, and within it here we're gonna have on tap event. Okay, now the way that we did earlier, it would be almost similar, but I'm going to close this, and then let's go ahead and check on all hotels, and within it somewhere here we should have this thing. Yeah, looks like we have. So this is the same thing that we are going to copy. So this navigator.off, so let's go ahead and copy this, and then let's put it here. But in our case this time the index is missing, so don't worry. What I'm going to do, let's go ahead and copy this one first, and then let's put it here. But in this case, instead of single ticket, we'll have single hotel, and then instead of ticket list here we'll have hotel list, and everything else stays the same. All right, so let's go ahead and restart. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and click any of them. Awesome. So as you can see that we can directly go to any of the pages where we click, and apart from that, this of course is already working, which is great job, and everything else stays the same like as you see over here. Awesome. So we have done a lot of great work so far. Okay, so this would be a very new section that we are going to start, and in this section actually we are going to go ahead and work on our profile page. And let me show you how our profile page should look like. So our profile page should look like this, and this section would be a row, and then within the row this image within a container would be a first child, and this would be a column, and this would be another child. Okay, so we'll have one row, and within the row we'll have three children. So this is for image, this is as a column, it has to be a column, and this has to be a text. All right, so let's get started, and then in that case let's make sure that we create a new screen over here, and then within it we're gonna call it like this. So within it here we are going to go ahead and create a new directory, and here we're gonna call it profile. Okay, all right, and after that inside this, first we're gonna go ahead and create a new file. We're gonna call it profile.dart, and then we can also go ahead and create a new folder, and we're gonna call it widget. So within it, if we have any other stuffs that we're going to put inside this, so let's go ahead and rename it. We're going to call it widgets because I think every other places we called it widgets anyway. So now these things we don't need, let's go ahead and close them. And over here we're going to create a stateless class, and here we're going to call it profile screen. This is what we want to call, and let's go ahead and import it. All right, okay, so that's the first thing. And then over here you don't want this placeholder, rather you want a scaffold. And let's go ahead and do a return, and within it over here the first thing we want to do background color app styles I think we do have .bj background color. All right, now let's go ahead and bring our actual app front. But of course no changes here yet. Now to be able to make the changes, I do believe that we have to have our home screen. Should it be this one? Okay, let me go ahead and actually it should be BottomNabBar, not home screen. And then over here we're gonna do profile screen. Let's go ahead and import it. Let's save it. And well, it doesn't look like that we have any changes, so let's go ahead and restart our app. Okay, all right. Okay, now the word profile itself has gone out of it, and that's fine because we don't want to show that text. Now over here within it, as I said earlier, that we'll have a row over here, right? But even before that, let's go ahead and understand the other item, because this page has to be scrollable, as you can see over here. So it'll be scrollable. So for this reason, we are going to wrap it around list view. Okay, so let's go ahead and do body list view, this one, and within it we'll have children. Let's go ahead and do that. And within it, the first one, we're going to use row, as we talked about earlier, and row always takes children. You have to make sure that you have children. And then over here you could do a container, okay, and then say for example width 300 and height 300. Then go ahead and do colors red. So it's already shown up over here, but anyway, so this is not what we want. I mean, this is way too ugly, right? So but that gave you the idea that it is something that already visible. So over here we're gonna do 86, and over here the same, because we want a square image. All right, so let's go ahead and show it, and it's fine. And after that over here, I'm going to take this out. We don't want this. After this over here, we can do decoration and box decoration. And then over here, within it, we can do, what is it? Let's see, image, actually. Image and decoration image, this one. We can use this one. And then here there is another image property and asset image. Okay, all right, so within it here we can put our image. All right, now what is the image that we want to put? So let's go ahead and check our assets folder, and over here, so we do have this logo. So this is the logo that we want. Okay, now let's go ahead and check our image res or media file, this one. Okay, so logo is already there, so which means that we can directly go ahead and invoke it. All right, so all we need to do appmedia.logo. So here we're gonna do appmedia.logo. all right, and let's go ahead and show it. So it's already shown up there, as you can see, and well, step by step it's working. And then the other thing we want is border radius, okay, because we want to give it border, right? So we can use the property border radius, and then here called border radius dot circular, border radius dot circular, and say here of 10. All right, so it already looked better. Well, this part is so far so good, but now there are a few other problems that we are having. So the problem over here, this one is too close, so which we don't want. So we want to create a certain amount of distance. Now, since over here we are inside this list view, we can add another child over here, padding, and then here we could do edge insets dot only, because within this we'll just create one at the top. Okay, so here we could do top, say for example 40, and let's put a comma, and here we go, and this is where we see our logo. Now this is way too close to the left, and this is also not what we want, and that's why here we can use padding and edge insets dot symmetric. Now because of this symmetric, we would be able to put padding left, right, top, bottom quickly, just using two properties. So we know that the horizontal one would do the horizontal, which means left and right, and then here we could do 20, and let's save it, and it's already looking better. Okay, and then also give it a vertical, so another 20. Okay, all right, and this is perfect. This height is perfectly fine. So with this, we are done with the logo section. So here, inside this row, actually it should be inside the row. So this is the first item, and here you can say shows the logo. It is helpful, logo, and then here shows the column text. All right, so here we'll have column, and let's once again always remember logo, row and column, they always take children. Okay, so it's very helpful. Anyway, so now within it, the first one is also a text. Okay, so here we're going to show our text inside this. So this is the text that we need to show in this and this. Now for this one, we can just simply go ahead and call like this text, and here we can see book tickets, like as we said at the top, and then within it over here we can do style, and then app styles dot headline 1. So this is the one that we want to invoke. So now let's go ahead and check on this. All right, and I do believe, okay, so somehow we still need to work on it, that it's not showing up. Let's see the reason. So it is supposed to be here. Okay, right, it did after a restart. But now there's another problem. As you see that it's too close, and which makes it a little ugly. So here we could do sized box, and then here we can give it width 10. Let's go ahead and save it, and this is much better. All right, and after that over here we can show our other text, say for example text New York. This is what we want, New York, and let's go ahead and save it, and this is what we see, but not exactly this thing we want. Okay, so we want a different kind of styling over here. So for this reason, let's go ahead and do style, and then within it here we could do text style, this one, and within it over here say font size, or actually font weight. Font size, go ahead with font size 14. Let's save it. Well, looks like they are similar. And font weight and font weight dot over here W500. This is the one that we are going to use. And colors gray, and then a little bit shading, and this one 500. Let's go ahead and save, and yes, it looks better. All right, so let's go ahead and reformat the code over here. and we can put some const modifier. Once again, this is performance optimized. If you do that, okay, right, and it also looks good. All right, so this part, yeah, looks much better. Now there is another text which we could show right away, but now one problem that this is not aligning. So for this reason over here, let's do cross-axis alignment. So since we are inside this column, the cross-axis is the horizontal axis, okay? So here we could do cross-axis alignment dot start, and now it's gonna align together. So now let's go ahead and take a look at this section. Now this section would be interesting. First, as you see that it has a different background color. So over here, we're gonna write this one, but this would be a container. So container will have a background color and border. So that's why we need container. Now within the container itself, we'll have a row, and this would be our first child, this would be our second child. So the layout would be like this. You do container first, and then now after that you have to do decoration, because if you don't do decoration, you'll have error, right? I mean, not error, you can't have the border. So this is the first thing, and then here you'll have child, right? Now within the child you will have row, right? Now within the row you will have icon, and then you'll have text. So this is the basic thing that we are going to do step by step. Okay, so now let's go back to our original section over here. So first we talked about decoration, so let's go ahead and do decoration and box decoration. All right, and then within it over here we're going to do border radius, and then border radius dot circular. Now over here we'll give it a lot of radius, so that would be like 100. Okay, so let's see, we do have decoration, box decoration, border. Okay, I'm missing radius over here. Okay, right. Now of course if you do go ahead and do colors.red, which should be very obvious. Now we still don't see that because of width, say 100, and then height 100. Okay, so as you see that, so it would be like circular, but in our case, say for example we just do 10, so it would be like this, or say do 30, it'd be longer, but it would have a lot of curves. So that's the point. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. All right, so for now we're gonna keep this for visualization so that it helps us. Okay, all right, and then over here we're gonna do our actually color, right? So we had already color, so we don't want this color, we want a different color. So here we're gonna do color OX FFFEF for F3. So this is the color that we want. Let's go ahead and save it, and it's exactly what we were looking at. But now I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to look for app styles, this one, and over here the static color profile location color, and then let's go ahead and put it. All right, I'm going to close this, and then let's go ahead and do app styles dot profile location color. All right, and then do this, and you're good to go. All right, so this is what we have. So we are done with the first part where we needed a decoration. All right. Okay, now let's go ahead. Okay, we can still keep this. So now we're going to do the child section. Okay, so over here we're going to have child, and inside the child, as I said, that we'll have a row. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and put a row. Now within the row, actually, I'm missing another thing over here. Let me show you what I'm missing, because remember, we are going to put contain an icon. Let's see the icon itself. So this icon, right? Now this icon would be a certain shape, and that shape we can get it from box decoration. Now box decoration, to get an icon from box decoration, you need to wrap box decoration using container. Okay, so here the part that I missed, icon, so it should be inside container. Not that I have missed, actually, it's container is all about decoration. Okay, so that's why this icon, the one that we are talking, so here this one we can wrap around a container. Okay, and then it should be fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And so here we'll have decoration, box decoration, and inside this here we have shape. Okay, this is what I was talking about, box shape dot circle. Okay, all right, and then let's go ahead and assign color to it. And here we do color OXFF 526799. So this is the color that we want. Okay, right, now after this, since we have this one and circular icon and location, after this box decoration, now we can do child. Let's go ahead and do that. Now const icon, this one, and within is we're gonna invoke from fluent to system icons, this one, but of course not this icon. We're gonna do IC fluent here, shield filled, this one. Actually, this is the icon that we want. Let's go ahead and save it, and I think this is what we see, shield filled. Oh, don't worry if it doesn't look visible, because we need to change the color from here. So let me go ahead and reformat the code. Okay, right, over here color, so here we do colors dot white. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so that's what we have. Now it doesn't still look great because it's very thin, so we want to push it inside the container. So that's why we can apply padding to it. Add instance.all. A little bit of padding would help with this, because once you apply padding, once you apply padding inside a container, remember, so this circle is our container, so the padding would push everything inside the container, right? So now it looks much better, as you see that. Okay, cool. So this part has been taken care as well. Okay, I mean, this looks really good. And then there's another problem though. So this is too close over here, this container. So I want to create a bit of distance over here. So let's go ahead and do with sized box. So over here, this is too close to the word New York. So let's go ahead and create a distance using sized box. Size box and height, say 8. Okay, right. Okay, so it came down a little bit, which looks good, and we can always put a const modifier, right? So I mean, you can put a circle icon, and if you put it within your container, and then the container you can apply style, and which makes it more like a complex icon, all because of the container and the background color. Of course, the background color is coming from padding itself, so you have to remember that one. So let's put more const. All right, so that's done. And then over here we could also do the other one. So we need to do the text, right? So since we are inside the row, over here we could do text, and then here we can say premium status, this one. Let's go ahead and save it. Yeah, we do see overflow issue, but this is the time that we can actually remove this. We don't need these things. Okay, cool. and the arrow should be gone. And after that, over here, let's go ahead and apply text style. Okay, text. So here we'll have style and text style, and then let's do color, and within it color here OXFF526799. so this is the same color that we did before, so we have to separate it. And then over here font weight. Okay, so font weight should be font weight dot W500, this one. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so this is what we see now. Beautiful. And now there are problems here. We have left and right problem, so they're too close to each other. Okay, now let's go ahead and check on this left and right issue. Now the left and right issue is because of this one. So within it we can apply padding. Let's go ahead and do that. Padding, add insist.symmetric, and horizontal, say over here 3, so not too much, and vertical 3. Let's save it. Okay, now the icon itself is a little too big, so let's go ahead and apply size to it. Okay, and I think we could do 15. Let's save it. Okay, now it looks much better. And at the same time, over here on the left and right, we can still apply a bit of padding. So let's go ahead and do that. Add insist.symmetric, vertical 3, horizontal 3. Okay, right. So there is a bit of padding on the left and right. And this to text itself also has a problem, the container and text over here. So here we could do sized box and width, say 5. All right, so now with this it looks much better. Now let's go ahead and define this color. Okay, we can define this color in a media app. So we're gonna copy this, and not really media app, actually it should be app styles. Okay, this one, and then here we could do static color and do profile text color. For now, let's go ahead and use this, and if we are here, we can remove this app styles, that profile text color, and the same goes over here, app styles, app styles. Okay, it doesn't recognize because of the const. Let's remove that. Profile text color. All right, so let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right. Now within this too, it looks much better. And to make it reusable, actually, we need to come to this section over here. Okay, so here we could, let's see, what do we have? Okay, I think we can just directly go ahead and create a new file. And the file itself, we can call it heading text.style. Heading text.dart, actually, not style. Okay, and here we're going to create a stateless widget, and here we're going to say heading text. Okay, let's remove this. All right, and part of them could be that directly we go ahead and copy styles from here so that it saves our time. We don't need to style everything. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this, close this. Let's come over here. Let's see if we can put this guy. Now instead of this one, we can just simply have this. And what else? Let's see. then this to constructor is causing the problem, right? We can remove this. We don't need that one. Okay, now the error is gone. All right, so what do we want to send from here? Of course, we want to send the text itself. Align is okay, and the color is okay. So now let's come over here, and we want to do heading text, and then we can copy this one, and what else? So it looks like even we don't need to apply the color itself. So let's come over here. The color could be nullable, right? As we see over here is color false. So within it here, we can just simply say false. We don't pass any colors, and then we have it here. Now let's save it and see how they look. They exactly look the same. So that means we can go ahead and remove this. Okay. All right. So heading text is working good. Now, since this part is working good, and then we can also go to our home screen. And if you do remember, we have this one. So we can just simply go ahead and copy this over here. We can just simply put what we had or copied early. And we need to import this. Let's go ahead and remove this one, and it is supposed to work. Yeah, no changes. So we just built a reusable text widget. So let's go ahead and close this. For now, we don't need this. Let's focus on this part. So now here we'll go ahead and show a text. Okay, so that was a column inside this row. Now, right after this here, we can just simply go ahead and do a text widget. And then let's go ahead and do that. And here we can say edit. Go ahead and see. And we do see that it's in the middle. Okay, so now to solve this problem over here, we want to move it up here. And for this reason, within it over here, we could do cross-axis alignment. So inside the row, cross means vertical. Row always refers to horizontal. So when you say cross, you're referring to vertical. So we want the alignment vertical, how they should lay up vertically. And then here we do cross-axis alignment dot start. Let's go ahead and save it. So we do see that it went up there, and it's too close over here. Now here we can push it back to the end. To do that, here we can use expanded widget, and we can have an empty container, and we are good to go. Let's go ahead and save it, and here we are. So when you are inside row widget, and if you want to push certain elements to the very left or right, between those two elements, you can use expanded widget. So that's what we did over here. And now this is the time that we go ahead and style it. So here, style, and what style we can use actually. So here we could do app styles dot well, we may use a primary color. So let's go ahead and save this. And what's going on? So here we need to do text styles, and then within it we're gonna do color, and then we can use this color. Let's go ahead and save it, and the color changed a little bit. And at the same time, actually we can apply weight to it. So let's go ahead and do that. Font weight dot W300, this one. So let's go ahead and save it, and okay, it changed a little. So that's so far in this section about this text. Now we'll continue for the next one over here because it's just little work. Now let's go ahead and understand the next part. So next part should be this one. Now even before this one, we have to have there's a vertical divider, as you can see over here, the vertical divider, there's one. So we want to continue on that. And how to do that? So we had the first row, right after row over here we could do divider. I think we spell divider. 1 comma is enough. So here we can just simply go ahead and use divider widget from Flutter, and here we could do color and colors dot gray. All right, and now let's go and check it on our phone. All right, and it doesn't look like that it is there, but don't worry, we'll work on that. So here you could do shade 300. So now we do see that it has appeared, and I do believe that we can also give it a sized box over here and a height of 8. Okay, and then it would come down, and this looks much better. All right, so this is what we are going to do in next section, which should be very interesting because this is also a complex widget. All right, so now we are going to do this one. So understand this thing. This would be a stack widget. The reason because it would be stack widget only because of this one. Otherwise we could have done it using column, but column widget doesn't let you to position like this. Okay, this is a problem with column and row, but with stack widget you can do actually or position anything anywhere you want. So this is the only reason that we're here. From here we're gonna continue to work on stack widget. Okay, all right, so here I'm gonna do stack and then children. Okay, now the first one would be this background. Okay, and that would be a container. Okay, and now the container itself will give it a height, say 90 pixel, and then here we'll give it a width. So here it would be double dot infinity, so it would take all the width possible, and then here we'll have decoration and box decoration. So with infinity it's gonna take all the possible width, but remember we have left padding and right padding, so it would stop here and here, right? So that's what it's gonna do. And so here we're gonna do color and colors dot I think we can get it from our app styles dot primary color. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. All right, now let's go and check our app over here. So we already have this, and beautiful. So the next thing we want to do is border radius. Okay, border radius, and then here border radius dot circular. Okay, and here we're gonna apply 18. Let's go ahead and save it. Awesome. Okay, so that's the first part. Now the second part that we are going to go and show is this guy and this text. So this we use later. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and work on the next part. So right here, so once again here we could do a row and then children, because this would be in a row, right? This would be the first child and this would be the text. Okay, so that's how it works. Now within it over here, this one we could actually show using a circle avatar widget. Circle, this is a new widget that we haven't encountered before. So this is something that you want to use like a circle, and inside this you could also use an icon or image. But of course this could be done using container as well, but let's learn more widgets. Okay, so this is simply circle, as you can see over here. Okay, now here we can do max radius. Maximum radius is 25, and then over here we could do color, I mean the background color, colors dot white. All right, so let's go ahead and check that. Let's save it. And it looks like it didn't show up yet, but most probably we don't have any child inside it. So let's go ahead and do child, and here in this case we are going to have icon, and then fluent to system icons. Over here I see fluent to light, this one, light bulb, a filament filled. This is the one that we want. Let's go ahead and save it. Yes, it already did show up and we are happy about it. And then let's change the color. So here, color, and we're gonna do app styles dot primary, this one. And then we can also change the size to 27. Let's go ahead and change it. Okay, beautiful, it's looking better. But now the problem with this is that it's too much to the top, but we want in the middle over here in this position. Now because we're inside a row, we cannot do it. So here we need to wrap it around a container, and if we do so, now here we can apply padding, add insets dot symmetric. So let's do horizontal and 25. Okay, so as you see, it came up over here. And now we can also do vertical, set 20. So it came up, came down, and it looks much better now and well positioned. So that's the first one, and that part has been done. Now the next part would be column. If we use column, we would be able to show this one, right? So here let's do column. So we'll have children, and inside this we already have some widgets to work on that, right? So we can just simply go ahead and invoke those widgets. All right, so what is the widget that we want? So I think we have a headline or text style. Okay, I think I need to go ahead and check it over here. This is the one that we want. Okay, text style third, this one. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this and put it here. Okay, and then let's go ahead and import it. Okay, now the first text we want is this one. Now the color itself over here is a color, so we can set it to is color false. Okay, now here we go. Now of course, if we do is color false, so if it is null, then it's going to go ahead and use this white color. Otherwise it's going to use this color. But if we do remove this, okay, let's go ahead and save it as null, pass it as null. Okay, so this is what we have, and here it says that you've got a new award, but I don't think we want this thing over here. Actually, we want this. Now let's align them cross-axis. So cross-axis dot start. With this, they're gonna start from here, and then at the same time we need to apply a little bit of spacing, sized box, and width 12. Okay, So with this, it looks much better. Now the problem is the color issue. If you do see over here, they have kind of different colors, so we need to work on the color itself. And not only the color, the bold size, okay, or the font weight, actually, that's also should be a little different. So that means that this one should have a lot of change. Now either we can go ahead and make a lot of changes here so we can reuse it, or we just actually simply remove this. We can just use the text that's given from here. Okay, so you can say you have 95 flights in a year, like this, and then here we do style, text styles, and font weight. So we can use 500 from it, and colors dot white, and dot with opacity 0.5. it could work. And I do believe we have a problem with the const over here. If you remove that and save it, so yeah, all right. Okay, so now with this, it's looking much better. So in this part, we're going to cover this one. So once again, as I said earlier, that this is going to be a positioned widget. So let's go ahead and check our app over here. Now this positioned widget should be somewhere here, I believe, in between these two. Okay, in fact, actually you can put it anywhere. It doesn't have to be, because we'll have complete control on them. Okay, so what I could do, I can just simply come over here and put it here. So let's do positioned widget. Now within it we'll have a container. Okay, let me go ahead and reformat the code. All right, now within this, let's go ahead and first find a place where to put. Now we are inside this container, right? So from here we are going to position it. Well, before I position, actually, let's go ahead and check out how it looks like without defining any coordinate. Okay, all right, so here within it we'll have decoration and a box decoration, and after that here let's go ahead and do a shape, and box shape dot circle, like this. Go ahead and save that. Okay, now it didn't show up yet because it has problem with size, so let's try to give it size different way. Now here border dot all, within this let's do width, let's give it width 18. All right, now as you see it showed up over here. Okay, and then let's do it color, and here we do color OXFF264CD2. So this would be our color, and as you can see over here. Now let's position it. Okay, now we do see that by default position widget is in center, right? It is in center of a container, but vertically centered, not horizontally. So vertically centered. Okay, I would say it's horizontally centered, but not vertically, as you can see over here. So it's horizontally centered, but not vertically. Okay, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Now, how about you do left? So left 0. Let's go ahead and save it. So as you see, it changes like this. But how about you do right 0? Of course, it would be in the center. When you do left 0, right 0, it would be centered. Now, here, you can do it like this. So it's going to be over here, right? And then we want to go ahead and put it not really at 0. So since it's within the container itself poses constraint. So on the left side this is 0, on the right side this is 0, so this was in between, right? So here for the right side, actually we can go out of the container, okay? And how to go? So this is where we can use negative coordination, okay? With column widget you can't do any of this thing. Okay, so it went somewhere outside, okay? Now when you do right 45, it looks like it's gone away, because you'll see that the circle itself is not big actually. But of course if you want, you can increase the width, and hopefully you'll see it over here, as you can see that, okay? Because the circle itself is small, but this position is right over here, okay? If you do 45, and then if you do like say 18, okay, because it's too small, but it is there, okay? It is there, but out of this container, okay? It's not inside this container, it went out of this container, and that's why we don't see it here, okay? Because you can see the object only within the container because we are using stack widget. But if you use other widget, of course it's going to overlap onto each other, okay, one by one. But stack widget, when it across the limits, it doesn't show you, okay? So it has to be within the bounds, okay? So if it goes out of this, of course it's not going to work, all right? Okay, so it is there once again. And so then what to do with this thing? Even before we proceed further, here's one thing you could do. Let's go ahead and increase the size, but differently. Here with the agencies.only, and say you give it a padding of 30. I think it should be all, not all only. Let's go ahead and save it. Now as you see that it showed up, because as you applied padding to it, okay, so that's why the size has increased. Since this is a container, now padding is applied within the container, so it just squeezes some of the content, and then I mean the container starts from here, okay, and this would be the padding, okay? So as you can see, it's applying padding everywhere. Now why we do say it like this? Now we know that padding is applied from the container. Now I know that this is kind of fuzzy idea, because previously, say for example, when you didn't have this, and then when you didn't have this, look at this. So this is a whole object, but once, as long as you applied this padding, actually it's doing it from the center, okay? It's applying padding from the center itself, because remember, until this moment this is an object, it doesn't have any in and out. You can understand it like this, okay? It doesn't have any in and out because we didn't give it any width and height, so it doesn't have any in and out. So when you apply padding for a box decoration, it is a little bit different. And especially if you have a circle and box decoration, so in that case the padding actually starts from the center. So this is what we see over here. Save it. So it starts from the center, and here is 30 pixels everywhere, okay? 30 pixels everywhere, and then we also have with 18, okay? Now of course if you do say 50, it would got increased, all right? So that's how it works. Now, whenever you use right 45, it's gone, because actually, remember earlier this was 0, right? Try to understand like this. Say, for example, if this is 0, so 0 is here, then minus 45 way beyond the screen, okay? So you can understand it like this. Let's do minus 10, okay? So it's moving. And then do minus 20, okay? Do minus 30, so it moves slowly, okay? So that's the point. So when it goes to 45, actually it's out of this screen. And remember, on the top of that we also have padding and margin, okay? So it's just going away, because here we know that we have margin 20, if you remember, or padding, I don't know, I don't remember what we applied, but the idea is it has either margin or padding, so it is still there but way beyond the screen. All right, now how to visualize this thing? Now let's put it back to 0 first, okay, and understand it more, that how it works. Over here, this one, let's apply a padding and let's see what happens to it. Say add insets dot only, and okay, we could do all. Say for example, let's do it for 5 and let's see how it looks like. So we do see that it applied a padding everywhere, 5 pixels from the center. Now in general, we know that padding is applied within the container border, but for box decoration with circle is different. When you do have box decoration and circle, actually the measurement starts from center, so it applies from center, okay, which is counterintuitive. I know that in general, when you do have a box, like for example this one, earlier we applied padding, so padding was inside, right? But for container box decoration circle shape, it starts from center and it's like it's getting space from the center of 5 pixels, okay? So it's a little bit different, but you get the idea. Then over here, you can do like this, 30, okay, this is what we want, okay? So it applied more padding from the center to the outside, okay, like that. But do remember, our 18th is still there, okay? So I do believe it's somewhere 18th. Now, of course, you could do, say, 40 or 400, it doesn't matter. So you see that, it's, of course, it's obviously a very big circle. Our padding 18 is still there, okay? But then, if you just say do 4, all right, so of course it's more than 18, all right, because box shape has to also take some space, so it does look like more than 18. This box shape, it has also its own space. Anyway, the idea is when you have box decoration and inside this you have a box shape as a circle, or circle as a box shape, then the padding starts to apply from the center of the circle. This is what you have to know. All right, let's put it back to 30, and this is what we want. And then over here, instead of 0, we want to have minus 45. All right, so it went to the left, and we also want to put it push to the top over here. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, top minus, say, 40. All right, and okay, we need this. Beautiful. So this is what actually we were looking for, and this is exactly what we got. So here we actually learned a lot that how position works and what happens to the coordinate systems, okay, like that. So the summary is, if you have position widget inside a container, so position widget in general would be center, horizontally centered, and then you can use top, left, or right to change the position. And of course, you can also use the minus coordinates to push it beyond the to beyond this box or beyond your container. So that's how you could work with this. All right, so now this part we are going to work on the sections over here, and this is pretty straightforward, as you can see that. Definitely this would be a text, and then we'll have a container, and within the container we'll have a little bit padding or margin, and then this text, and then we'll see that how we put them inside row, and within the row we'll have child 1, child 2, child 1, child 2. Now this may look like a lot of work, but trust me, we'll build a reusable widget, so once the building is done, this would be very quick. All right, now to be able to work on this, so let's come inside our main list view. Now so far we were here, stack widget. Here we could say that, okay, show the card. Okay, all right, now over here, let's start. So we want to show this text, and for this one simply we could do text accumulated miles, and then over here we could do style and app styles dot headline 2. Okay, so this is gonna work, and let's go ahead and save it and see our guy over here, that how it looks. Okay, right, Now of course let's put it down somewhere here. Okay, we don't want it like that, so here we could use sized box and we do height, say 25. Okay, right, so that's how it works. Beautiful. And let's optimize this by putting a const modifier. Right, now over here we're gonna do a container first. Now you may ask why we are doing a container. Let me explain to you. I mean, if you do see that originally this was here, right? So that was around 20 pixels of padding, but here if you do say it came more inside this, both left and right, so we have to use more padding. And if you do that, you cannot apply padding without a container. Actually you can if you can directly use padding widget, but because we also want a little bit of styling, this and that, so that's why using a container, because once you have container you can access to box decoration, which gives you better choice. And with padding you might not have background color, but with container you can set up color as a background color. So this is another reason that why we choose container rather than padding. So let's go ahead and get started over here. So I'm gonna do, okay, before we move ahead with padding, so let's go ahead and do decoration on box decoration over here, and border radius dot circular. Here we're gonna do 18. All right, and then here we're gonna do color app styles dot background color. All right, now let's go back to our screen over here. All right, so this is what we have. So now after this here we're gonna have our child. Okay, so what would be the child? Now child would definitely be a column, so let's go ahead and put column widget, and within it the very first thing we want to do is putting a text. Okay, so here we'll have text and say 192.802 like that. Let's go ahead and save it. So that's what we see, but now we want to apply style to it, and we don't have any custom style yet, so we're going to step by step use the style that we can use from Flutter itself. The reason is because here font size, right, font size would be extremely big. We don't have that font size in our custom widget, as you can see. And apart from that, I think everything else was fine with this. So here we're gonna do app styles dot text color. Let's see. Well, they do look like they already have the same color, and font weight like say W6, somewhere like that. Let's go ahead and save it, and yes, this is what we wanted and this is what we got. All right, and then we want a little bit of spacing within the top here, so here we would do sized box and height say 15, and with this would be great. All right, so that's the first part, right? And the rest part is like as I said earlier, that this sections would be inside a row. So now understand how this layout would be. Now since we are already inside a column, so we are inside a column and we had a few children already, we have 2. Now we can put the third one here, this, and the third one would be a row to show these 2 together. Okay, so here we can put another row. Okay, so this would be row for text like this. Okay, and then how about this 2 over here? Well, now this would be another row. Okay, but inside the row we'll have column 1, column 2. So this row would contain, column. Okay, like that. And I think I could be the same over here. This row would contain text, as you can see, and this row would contain a column. So inside this column we are putting a bunch of rows after rows. Okay, so it would go up to all the way down to the last child, up to here, this one. Okay, all right. And of course we can also do it as a text eventually. This is the primary idea. So here we'll also have a text, so this all could be set inside this column. So now let's go ahead and work on this, continue to work on this. Okay, so I said that there would be a row, and inside row we'll have text, right? So let's go ahead and do a row, and then we, of course you cannot put text directly. In that case you have to have this one, children, right? And then here we could do text, and then here we can simply say miles I think occurred, this one, miles occurred, this is the one. And then let's apply style to it, and then here we could do app styles dot, okay, here we're gonna do headline for this one, but not everything that we can use, so let's go ahead and save it first and see how it looks like. Okay, now the font is a little bit small, so that's why we want to change the font this one has, right? So this one has a font of 14, so we want to override that. So to do that, now here you could do dot copy with this method, and inside this we do font size, and font size was say 16. Let's go ahead and save it. Now it become a little bigger, and this is what we wanted. Replace it, no, I'm just going to keep as it is, and then I'm going to go ahead and copy this and put it here. Okay, and this time we could say 11th 16th July, like that, but I do believe we need to have 16th July. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right, so this is what we have, but then they're together. So in this case here we could use something called main axis alignment, and main axis alignment dot space between. All right, okay, right. Now here they're same as this border, but earlier we said because we are going to use a container, and there was a reason. Okay, we don't want them to be same as this. Okay, we want them to a little bit inside, so for this reason here we could do padding. So here we do add insets dot symmetric, and here this time we're gonna only do horizontal. Okay, we don't need vertical. As you see that they came inside, and that's beautiful. Okay, so that means this part is working. Now if you, let's go ahead and compare with this, the one that we have. Okay, so they look same, and this is beautiful. Now the next part is showing this thing, this divider. Now we already have divider before, so let's go ahead and show divider. Okay, I could say divider, and then we can use divider widget, and within it here we could do colors dot gray. All right, and let's put comma. I do believe, okay, we might have an issue. Okay, the comma should be here. Let's save it, and let's come over here. Now it's too deep, right? So we want to lighten the color, or not that deep. So in that case we could do shade. Okay, so when you have a color, you want to deepen it or lighten it, you could always use shading. In general, shading mostly used for lightening. I mean, you don't want as deep as. Okay, so shade helps you to color lightening. All right, so you should remember that. Okay, now this is too close, right? So here we could do sized box, and then here we do height, say 4, All right, so let's put const. All right, and then we can also put another one here. Okay, so this looks much better now. But then again, let's see here. So I do think that we have a bit of spacing, which we don't have over here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. Let's go ahead and put it here. Back. So now it's looking much better. Okay, now after this, we're going to go for the next one. And next one, as I said, that row and column. Now let's go ahead and put row widget over here, and then children. Okay, just like this. And how to put columns over here? Like, for example, we said that over here we'll have, so right now we have this row, right? This one is this one, and then two children. So first one would be a column, the second one would be also a column. So that means that we'll have two columns. But for now, we're just gonna work ahead with one column, and then we can just copy it, right? So that's the idea. And how to work with this column over here? Now, since we have children, the very first thing we could put over here is, well, we'll have a text over here, right? And then this is another text. So that means we'll have two text. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to put a text. All right. And of course, if you do want to, you can also put another text over here. Okay. And now, since this is a text over here, say, for example, we're going to say 23042 like this. Okay. So the first one, and then over here, we're going to say miles. And now let's go ahead and take a look at this styling. Okay. So what kind of styling we are going to use? Now, for now over here, so let's say styles and app styles, and then here we could use headlines. Instead of 4, we're going to use 3. Okay. Like that. So now let's go ahead and check that what's happening in our situation over here. Okay. All right. So it looks like the text itself is not visible yet. Let's go ahead and restart. And let's be here. Okay. Right now it is visible, right? So one of the other things we could do over here is we are going to do cross axis, because horizontal. So over here, this one, so horizontally they have to be from the start, right? So that's why here we did cross axis alignment dot start. Let's go ahead and save it, and we do see that okay, it's working. Now I can go ahead and copy this, and let's put it here right below it. And but in this case we don't want 3, we want 4. So little smaller than this. Now we can also create a little bit of space between them. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we could do sized box, and then here we'll say height 5. So we'll have a little bit extra space. Okay, now we said 2 columns, so we can just go ahead and copy. So the other one will see it here immediately, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So here we can put it like this. Okay, we do see that 2 of them. Now here you can also do space between. That is for main axis alignment. So main axis alignment dot space between. So it's going to push to the far end. Now of course there is an alignment issue which we'll solve a little later. So over here we have this, but I think we have already a widget. That widget we can use. So let me go ahead and remove this. We don't need this thing. So here we can use app column layout. This one, this is the one that we built before. So for this reason, the first one, we can replace the first one using this one, and it has an argument that we need to pass, and that is 23402. Now here we could have a little bit of space, and at the same time we will have bottom text, and here we're gonna say miles. And if you hover over on this, it will say it also needs another one, alignment. So this alignment, the one that we used early, so we also need to pass this one. So here we're gonna say alignment and cross-axis alignment dot start. So let's go ahead and save it, and here we go. So now it's using kind of color, right? What color it is using, if you go and hover over on this, so we do have is color. So is color could be nullable, and if you go deep down inside this, you'll see that if you use null color, so it's going to use not null color, I mean the condition is null, then it's white. Okay, so here we could send something. So what we could send, we can say is color, say for example false, okay, or true, it doesn't matter. Now here we go, we do see that our text that showed up. So how it worked, so from here we pass to column layout, and we are passing, say for example null. So both of them, you can click any of them, it doesn't matter. And here, so the condition is not null anymore, so in this case not this statement, it's going to execute this one. All right, so hopefully it makes sense. Now since this has been done, so we can just simply go ahead and copy this. So let me go ahead and remove this, and we're gonna be here. So let's put it as it is. Of course it's changed a little bit. Now the alignment here, we could say end, so we're gonna put it at the end over here. And now here we go, so the alignment is already working, and all we need to do over here, airline CEO received from, these are the things that we want. So let me go ahead and write it over here. So here we'll have airline CO, and then received from, and let's see if we can optimize them. This is what it is asking for. Okay, right. And how about the next two? So all we could do, let's copy over here and put it. So the first one is just 24, so we're gonna put 24 over here. And then, okay, this is miles, and then over here, this one should be McDonald's, MC McDonald's. Okay, like this, McDonald's, and that is received from, and that part is fine. Okay, and then we copy it one more time, and let's put it here. And in this case we can change it to 52342. It doesn't matter, you can put any numbers, miles, and then I'm just gonna say the best tech. You can say anything you like. All right, so let's go ahead and save it, and then let's come over here. Okay, now of course we have this issue. The reason is because we put all of them in one row, right? And it's okay, I mean we can just extract them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this one, because remember earlier we said that row column, right? So here we're gonna do const row children and put them here, just to have this. Okay, all right, and then the last two, so I'm going to cut them out. All right, so we'll have each of them like this, and then over here I think I'm doing another row column. Okay, so here const row children and put them, and we need a comma, and let's save it. And now all this errors problems gone, but we still have a little bit of layout issue with the first one over here. We can just simply go ahead and copy from here and then put it here. Good to go, as you can see. And there are other issues. We'll step by step solve them. Now let's come over here again. Okay, like this. Now this one has a bit of alignment issue, the second one. So let's go ahead and check why. So here we are. Okay, so it should be start actually. So when I copied, maybe it was wrong. And then it should be end. Let's go ahead and save them. Awesome. So far so good. The only part remaining right now is putting divider. Okay, so as you see that we all have divider before and after. So for this, we can just go ahead and copy this, put down here one, and put down here one. And this is awesome. Okay, so this is exactly what we looked for early. And the last remaining part is this one. Okay, so how to get more miles. So this is the one that we need to do now. And it would be pretty straightforward. So all we need to do over here, we can have a text widget. And within the text widget here, we would say that how to get more miles. Okay. And let's put a comma over here. And after that, we could do styling. Style, text style. And then within this over here, we could do, or actually not exactly like this. We do have some styles, we can borrow them. App styles dot text style, this one. And then we can do copy with this one. And then here we could change the color. App styles dot here primary color, this one. Okay, so now let's come to our app over here. Let's see if we do see this or not. And it looks like it's still not visible, so let's go ahead and restart. Okay, right, we do see it over here. Okay, and it's already centered. And then within this, we can also change the font weight and font weight. And we could do W500. Okay, right. Let's go ahead and save. And then I think we can put a little bit of sized box and a height, say for example 25. So it comes down a little bit. Now this is a little bit scrollable, and we can make it clickable. So wrap it around a widget, and we're gonna call it Inkwell, this one. And if you do try to do on tap, and here the print tapped. Okay, so now let's go ahead and check on this. And here we are. Let's click on this, and we see that this is tapped. So with this, we are done in this section, and this has been awesome. Okay, so in this section, we are going to introduce exciting thing, which is state management. Of course, previously we have seen very early what is state management at the very early of this course, but here we'll dig deep into state management, and we'll use several of them. We're going to use GetX, Riverpod, and Bloc one by one, and then we'll see how things work. And if we have time, we'll also see or look at provider, that how provider works, and different other aspects of state management. Okay, all right. So to know that when to use state management, definitely you use state management to update screen. Now, for example, over here, if you do remember earlier that this bottom navigation bar, as you click, it updates the screen, right? You click each of them anytime, they come up with a new screen. So that's also updating. But here within this, actually we have done like this. So if you go to bottom navigation bar, you remember that this variable select index was playing the most important part. If you do remember, if you remove this, okay, and now let's save it, and you will see that you are not being updated anymore. Okay, so as we updated this index or this variable actually, and then it has helped us to update the whole UI, and wherever you click it would show you the related screen. Okay, so because we have commented that out, so you have to start it from scratch. So as you see it over here, right now, of course it doesn't simply look like that it is a state management, but earlier we have introduced that here we have set state, right? Now this set state actually, as you can see, that it sets the state. This is the English. If you read it carefully, it means set the state of this app or state of this variable. Okay, that also means that go ahead and update our UI or related information. Okay, that simply means that go ahead and update shared memory. All right, so if you do use state management packages, now you don't need to use set state or any function like that, but of course the packages internally, they all pretty much call set state. Okay, so now of course we also seen that set state is directly available inside stateful widget. If your widget is stateful, which means that when you extend stateful widget, then you can access to set state. If your widget is, or if your class is, it could be widget or class, it doesn't matter, the same thing. And then if you don't extend stateful widget, you can't have access to set state, which also means that you can't update the variable and it won't reflect on the UI. I mean, it may, the variable actually may get updated. I mean, actually they do update it, but it doesn't update the UI. Only set state. If you update anything inside set state, then the actual change is reflected on the UI. Otherwise it's not. Anyway, and then we have also seen that if we update this, we can actually come over here and update this few places. Right now, the state management packages we are going to use, they're going to actually replace kind of this kind of stuff, as well as we don't need stateful widget. The one thing about stateful widget or class is that they take a lot of memory. So there are some packages, if you use them, so it doesn't take memories that much. So in that sense, GetX shines a lot, and GetX is actually the most popular state management package. And then it also is the #1 in pub.dev website, okay, which is Flutter's official website for downloading plugins. So let's go ahead and check pub.dev, and let's go ahead and check get. Now I directly typed in get, so you'll see this one, pub.dev packages get, and now they have this version up to 4.6.6, and also you see that it has 14,200 likes and popularity 100%. And here it tagged as over here that most liked popular packages, and it makes development super easy. In fact, actually we have worked with many state management packages. Among them, GetX is the most popular one and the simplest one, and it is also well documented, as you can see over here. All right, so it's a super easy. But here actually we are going to cover 3 state management packages. Eventually you can pick or decide which one you want to go ahead with. Okay, but personally I like all of them. I have also tutorials on them, which one to use, when to use, and how to use, and comment on that. All right, so anyway, so let's go ahead and continue to work on this. So since now we know that get is a state management package. Actually here it is said get, but they also call it GetX, so it's the same thing, right? So now then, if we know what is state management and this is the package that we are going to use, then in next section actually we're gonna start to use GetX. All right, so now we know that we are going to use GetX for state management and state update. So first thing we need to do, we need to go ahead and update our packages list, which means that our pub spec.yml. So now let's come over here, and then here you can type in this one, flutter pub add get. Okay, all right, and hit enter. But actually I've already added it, so that's why it says that get is already in the dependencies. And then if you do check pub spec or .yml file, let's go ahead and check that pub spec.yml file, which is this one. And here you'll see that this is the latest version that's been installed. Okay, all right, cool. So make sure that it is installed, and then over here we need to start to use it. Okay, all right, now a few things we need to do. The way it works, if you do use any kind of state management packages, actually they separate this idea. What idea? They call it business logic. Business logic, actually it's like, it's not directly the UI part. And what do I mean by UI part? For example, build, scaffold, this bottom bar, and this bottom navigation bar item. These are UI part. Okay, now these things are the one that we are looking at here. Actually, these are kind of pure Dart code. So when you use state management packages, this Dart code is separated into a separate file. Now some of them, the files could be called as a provider or controller or block. Okay, so each state management system, they have their own way of naming it, but eventually they're just different files. Okay, it doesn't really matter. So but now we understand that this logic we have to separate from UI. We don't want to mess up everything here on the same file. But of course our app is very simple. It doesn't look like a lot of code. Someone may say that well, you don't need to update or separate the code, right? It is kind of true, but we are learning concepts and ideas. Once your app grows bigger, actually you definitely want to separate your Dart code, like code like this or this, into a separate file. Okay, and then you will also have UI file, which is like classes like this. Okay, so this is the reason that now we are going to go ahead and create a new folder over here. Okay, and then we're gonna call it controller. Okay, all right, this is the folder, and inside this over here we are going to create a new file. The file name would be bottom nav controller. Okay, .dart. So if you do use GetX, this tend to call it controller. Okay, so this is why we are calling it controller. Let's go ahead and have it over here. Now of course over here you will see the code. Actually, first time if you see this kind of code, it may not look like Flutter at all, but if you know Dart code, then it is very much Dart code. Okay, and it is actually Dart code. So over here we're going to create a class, and then over here we're gonna call it bottom nav controller, and then extend GetX controller. Okay, GetX controller, this one. So make sure that get package is imported. So as you see that now over here, this thing is not like the classes as you see over here. And then simply speaking, this will just contain our Dart code or business logic, they call it. It won't contain anything called scaffold or related stuff like build method, this and that. It is not going to contain any of this, so be careful about that one. All right, I mean, some people may mix up things together, because you can still mix up them if you do want, but the idea is you don't want to mix up them. Okay, UI is UI and your Dart code is Dart code. Right, now over here we knew that earlier this variable, this one actually is the one that gets changed on the tap function, right? So this is the one that we want to manage from our GetX controller. Now if we use GetX and we create a new file or class, and that class should extend in general GetX. So internally, actually, GetX also works with Flutter framework. Okay, now it is complex stuff that I am not going to cover here, and it's kind of meaningless to cover this thing here. because it's a totally different subject to go ahead and look into this thing. Okay, all right. But anyway, if you do want to know about it, you may comment or just text me, email me. I'll try to explain or create new tutorials on that. But anyway, so once you do this one, so this controller, you can think like it would manage your variables in the shared memory, which means that when a variable is changed, it would be reflected on other pages in the app because it's in the shared memory. You can also think like that if you create a class and then you extend GetX controller, which means that you are creating a shared memory in the app itself, sharing. So that memory is sharing. It means that everybody can see and use this memory. That means that the whole app knows what is going to happen. Okay, so that's what happens. But anyway, so over here we are going to create a variable, and then we're going to call it select index, and then in our case we do like this. Okay, so I know that a lot more explanation and we don't need this one. Now if we use GetX, the variable you created over here, the same variable you're going to create here, and then the variable, this variable should have a different value in each different time as you click on them, right? So this variable is reactive, and then if a variable you want to make it reactive, you have to have .obs with the variable itself, and that's what we did. If you don't do obs, if you do just like this, say int x equals 0, int x equals 0, if you declare variables like this, it's not going to work because this variable is not reactive. Okay, so in GetX ecosystem, if you declare a variable and you want that variable to be changed and reflect on the UI and trigger UI changes, you have to do with obs. Okay, so you're going to remove this. Now the other thing over here, this variable had underscore, which is private, but in our case we are not going to create it private over here because eventually we will see this variable we are using over here. So that's why it is like a public variable. You have to understand it like that. Okay, now the other thing you have to see, like over here, actually we are changing this, we are calling this method and changing the value, right? Because we tap on this and get the value and set it to this one. So what we could do, we can actually copy this one and put it here. So you see that step by step we are taking our logic over here. That means that this class itself would be clean. Okay, so that's the idea. But not only that, once you come over here, in fact you don't need this, you also don't need this. Okay, the same method we move over here, and in fact it becomes simpler. Okay, and we can remove this. And then over here you have to assign it like this. When your variable is obs, now this is a complex variable. Actually all we want the value, the actual value. So this int, actually you want to assign to the value, not to the whole variable. And in fact if you do it like this, it's gonna throw error. Okay, and here you'll see that it's a int cannot be assigned to rx int. Okay, so this actually rx int. What is rx int? Rx int is like int variable, but it has other properties, and this comes from actually GetX. Okay, not directly from Flutter framework, it comes from GetX package. Okay, so you have to know that one. And then over here we're going to use that one. Now if you do see that if you have dot, there are other objects properties you can use, but the only thing we are interested in this value. Okay, you have to know this one. Now of course this is also not a private method because this method we're gonna call from here. Okay, so when we have a different controller, the declaration and definition are all here, but then you just simply call them over here. Okay, using the controller somehow. And that's it. So our controller is done. We created a variable that would be reactive, that would change, and this change reflect the UI change, and how we change it through this method. So all we need to do, we need to go ahead and call this method from here. All right. Now, of course, that sounds, I mean, with this, we have separated our business logic, but that sounds simple, but this is not as simple as you think. Okay, we have to do other mechanism to call this one, because right now we don't know how we are going to go ahead and call this method over here. Okay, one may say go ahead and instantiate an object of this class. Yes, we're gonna do that exactly like that. Okay, but there is still something different about it. Okay, now let's come over here, and because we are going to use GetX controller, then we don't need this one. So in fact, we can say this is a stateless widget. Okay, so as I said early, stateful widget takes more memory. You can use as much stateful widget takes more memory, so you should use as many stateless widget as possible. Now, since we are using stateless widget, so we don't need any of these things. Okay, all right. And what else? Let's see. Now, since we have a variable over here, you have to remove the const, because we are not using this variable over here in the constructor, otherwise it's gonna throw error. Okay, now at the same time, as you see that since we are using stateless widget, we cannot have this method anymore, which means the set state. So that also means that in fact we can go ahead and delete this. Okay, we'll have no problem, but of course this is gonna throw an error over here then. Okay, so let's comment this out for now. Okay, so now as you see that our class became simpler, because earlier it was stateful class, but now it became a stateless class. All right, so that's one thing you have to know. Now, as we are talking early that, okay, so this is the controller. Now we learned very early of our course that if we have a Dart class, we can create an object by instantiating the class. And this is exactly we are going to do. So the Dart concept we learned early about classes, how to create a class and how to create an object. The same concept is going to help us right now. So here, let's go ahead and create a variable. Now the variable type would be of this class. So I'm going to copy this class over here and then here, and then I'm gonna call the object name as controller. And now earlier we have seen that we can just simply go ahead and do new, and then you do like this, and here we go. But this thing doesn't work similarly with GetX, so it's a little different. So we are not going to use new or anything like that. We're gonna use get.put. All right, and then we're gonna do like this. Okay, now of course here we have an error, the error because we need to use the get package. So let's go ahead and copy this and put it here. All right, and then after that we need to import this. Okay, and we're gonna import this as a package. All right, now we'll see the error is gone. Now you can think of like that, using this one, you are creating a new object from here and you call it controller, and then because we have access to controller, you'd be able to access to this or this method. Okay, and this is awesome. So this is called dependency injection. Okay, if you don't know, I'm gonna write it here, dependency injection. Okay, all right, because now our class, this class depends on this class. We have to inject it, put it, injection. Okay, if you know what is called injection in plain English, it's a fancy term, but it means put this class here inside this, inject it, so that we can use whatever comes from the injection. Okay, if you know that series of injection, when you get sick, if you have fever or any other kind of disease, you go to hospital, doctors give you injection, and that injection is in your body, and you can use that part, and then that injection, the syrup or the drug inside that helps you to recover. So we are doing the same thing, but of course we are not sick, and just an idea to understand what is called injection. Okay, so every time if you have a Dart GetX class, and if you want to use the objects or the method of it, then you have to inject it like this. Okay, but there are other ways to inject as well. This is not the only way to inject. Okay, all right. So this is one thing you have to know. Now, since the injection is done, then we also have to do more stuff on this. Okay, now this BottomNabBar, this one, okay, so this has to be reactive. Okay, now how does the reactiveness work? Now first, let's go ahead and replace these things, because we don't need this one anymore, right? So we can remove that, but of course in that case you will get error. But now since we have this controller, so here we can put controller and then select index dot value. Okay, we want the value part. As I said earlier, this variable is rxint. Okay, this is called rxint. All right, now this rxint has the value, so it value 0 1 2 3 like that. Okay, so this one, and then once again we have to copy it from here. Similarly, we're just replacing this earlier one, but we are getting it from controller select index. Okay, now if you go ahead and do restart your app, let's see what's going on. Okay, so there are a few issues over here. Okay, so it is asking you that, okay, so if you have a controller like this, you can't have const. Okay, now this BottomNabBar is right now reactive because of this one, so you cannot use const over here. Okay, so we removed const. All right, and then also the reason is here we didn't have the const modifier, so you cannot use const here anymore. Okay, because we removed const from here, so this is the error. Now let's go ahead and restart it. But now if you do go ahead and try to click, nothing happens yet. So there are a few steps that's missing. First thing, that if you do use GetX, then you can't directly use material app. You have to use something called get material app. Now this does come from GetX as well. Okay, so all we could do, come over here, copy this, and then put it here. This is the thing that you need to change over here. Okay, so instead of material app, you need to use get material app. Okay, all right, and then if we still click, it still doesn't work. Okay, but then if you do see and come over here, let's say you want to print the value, my tab val. Here we could say that controller dot selected index dot val. Okay, all right, now if you do tap on them, you'll see that the value over here doesn't change. Okay, let me go ahead and restore it. Okay, now of course if you click on this, the value doesn't change, and of course it doesn't change because it's a stateless widget. Okay, all right, so that's the problem. And then of course the other problem that we had early, that this one, we also have to change this, right? Remember, this method doesn't exist anymore, so here we're gonna do controller dot I think a change what was the method name on tap item, this one. Okay, let's go ahead and do this one. So here we had this on tap item. Now let's go ahead and restart and see how things go. All right, now let's click. Okay, and we still see the same thing, but in that case, if you do come over here, let's see and print what's happened. Print index, my index is index. All right, let's go ahead and save. All right, now click on this. Okay, now as you see that index are changing, but my UI is not changing, so that's the problem. Okay, index is changing, but the UI is not changing. And why? So as you see that index is changing, right? But this change is not reflected here. You do see that my tab val has not been printed but it has been printed. So we are missing another important part. So this thing, this UI should be re-rendered with this new value from here, okay, but it is not. Now, to make a UI reactive to the changes, the last step we have to do is like this. So I'm going to cut this, and then I'm going to write something called obx, okay, and then over here I'm going to do return and like this, okay. Now obx comes from our GetX package, as you can see over here. Now obx is the one that eventually shows the re-render, the newly drawn UI on the screen, okay. Now let's go ahead and work on this, and now let's click on this. You'll see that it works. Awesome. Okay, now of course one may say that, wow, we learned so many new concepts, but trust me, when your app grows bigger, complex, and a lot of things happening, set state is not the way to go. I mean, you have to use a state management package or library, and GetX is one of them, and one of the best one, okay. So yeah, that's how you go ahead and use GetX to update your screen and information. So hopefully it makes sense that how you use GetX. So the idea is to use GetX. First, you have to detect which variable is being changed. So you have to separate them in a new separate class, and that class you can call it whatever you want, but it should extend GetX, and that variable should also have OBS. And the variable, since that is changing and keep changing on based on different click events, so you should pass the value whatever is being changed and update that value, okay. That's the first thing. And then you also have to make sure that you inject your GetX, okay. I mean, you inject your controller, the controller that extends GetX controller, and you have to inject it wherever you want the changes to happen. So we want our changes to happen in this BottomNabBar, so that's why you have to inject it. But of course, if you want these values to be reflected in other classes, you also have to inject them there, just like set state. Because if you do remember, one set state function in one screen doesn't work with other screen, they're all separate, okay. So the same logic applies here. And then of course the last thing you have to do is the related places. You have to invoke the variable that is defined as OBS in your controller and the related method, and then your widget, you should wrap it around OBX, okay. Of course, in our case we are wrapping the whole widget scaffold, but sometimes you might not need to do like this, okay. You might not need the whole widget to be wrapped around OBX. But since our body also has the reactive variable, so that's why we decided to wrap around OBX. Now let's go ahead and look for other set state, okay, set state. Now we do see that over here we also have another set state. Now this one we are also going to use GetX to change, and this is what we'll cover in next section. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and use this one for using GetX. Okay, now the same thing over here, I could go ahead and create a new controller, but someone could also use a new variable over here and then, you know, call the variable from the related place, like this my hotel detail. But we want to create a new controller. It looks good and clean rather than everything together. So here we're gonna say text expansion controller.dart like this, and then over here actually we're gonna create a class text expansion controller extends GetX controller. Okay, now we already learned, so you can go ahead and create a variable is expanded, and then in this case we can create it as a false and OBS, so it's a true or false, just like over here we are toggling between true and false. So over here we're gonna create we're gonna create it as true or false. The default value is false, and then just like this one over here, okay, toggle expansion. So we can go ahead and copy this. So let's go ahead and put it here and remove this underscore. This would be a public method, and remove this one as well, and remove this one as well. And then of course here all you need to do, get the value, okay, and here is the same thing, okay, because it's not coming from somewhere else, it's just the same value we are negating, okay. All right, that's it. So this is ready, and since this is ready over here, we can go ahead and then replace this one. But just like last time, all we need to do, you need to go ahead and replace this part. Not replace, actually remove. We can remove up to this, okay. We don't need this. And then of course it's gonna throw error by saying, okay, widget doesn't exist because it's not stateful anymore. And we also make sure that here is a stateless widget, this one, okay, and the error is gone. But of course this is gonna still create a problem over here. So here within this we're gonna create final, and then let's go ahead and get this variable, I mean the class name, put it here, and then we can call it controller. Actually you can call it anything you like, but it's convention to call controller. And here we do get.put, and then call it like this, okay. Now we're gonna go ahead and copy this path and put it at the top over here. Now let's come over here, and we have to remove const, because not all the variables are going to be in the part of constructor. That's changed. And then over here we have to do controller, all right, and then over here we have to do value. You see that? That's how you change that, okay. So in fact I can go ahead and copy this and put it all the places that it changes, okay. All right, and where else? Now over here you want to call controller.toggle expansion, and over here you just simply go ahead and remove this. Awesome, that's it. That's as simple as. Now with this became simpler, right? This class looks much simpler. And if you do go ahead and restart, and then okay, let's open one of the classes over here. Okay, now it doesn't work, right? The reason is because, as I said, that we are missing another part, okay. So the text itself has to be open, the bottom itself has to be open. So in this case we could go ahead and wrap this around OBX. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this, and then here we're going to do OBX, and then simply do return like this, okay. And I don't know what happened, but we can ignore that. All right, okay, now let's save it. Okay, now as you see it already works. And then you click on this, it becomes, did it become less? No. Okay, let's go ahead and restart, and we'll see that why not. Okay, so it looks like we do have a bit of issues. The issue is here, this text itself. Actually you are using OBX variable over here, but the problem is, I mean OBS type variable, but this is not wrapped inside this OBX. So what we could do, you can take this from here and put it here, okay. Now let's go ahead, and now it should work, okay, because the changes where you make, they also have to be inside this OBX, okay. All right, now go ahead and change, and you see that it works seamlessly. Beautiful. So yeah, But of course you still need to work more with GetX to understand more, because this app itself is not enough to cover all the ideas of GetX. Okay, but it does give you an idea that what is GetX and how to use that. So the new thing we learned over here, that if you do have variables that changes outside of OBX, and it's still not going to reflect the changes on UI, so you have to remember that one. Okay, yeah, and what else? So I think this is all about GetX so far. All right, we are back again. Now we're gonna understand this thing. And what is this build method? Okay, now the build method is actually responsible for returning an object or a variable that is reactive. For example, over here we have this variable, right? Now in GetX you have to explicitly declare the variable, but in Riverpod all you need to do, you have to just return. This is called returning. When you use the keyword return, it's called returning of int type. Int means like 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, this type, right? So we know that earlier we were dealing with this bottom navigation bar and we are just passing 0 1 2 3, right? So these are int. With GetX, the int has to be tagged with OBS, but in Riverpod you don't need to do, but you have to have a build method. So they work very differently, but eventually they do the same thing. So because we want to change this value and show on the UI, so for that reason these values all have to be int. Okay, now there could be different type like string or other objects. Okay, anyway, so you have to write a build method and then you have to return something. So you are returning 0, so that also tells us that our initial value is 0, which would refer to this one. Okay, this one over here, but of course we are not using Riverpod yet, we just created this. Okay, now over here we can create a method. Okay, so the method would be like this. We can call it void, and then actually we can call the method name same method name. Okay, the same one. Okay, and then here we'll have int index. Okay, so the methods are almost same. So here we have assigned to selected dot value, whatever the index was there. Here we are going to do the almost same, but here we'll say state equal value. Okay, sorry, index, not value. All right, so over here the reactive variables are automatically stored inside this state variable. Okay, this one. Now over here the reactive variable, they were the reactive variables values, they were stored inside this value property. But in Riverpod, in general, whatever it is here, you have to store it inside state. So I would say that over here, state is equal to selected index dot value. Okay, they're the same thing, but one is Riverpod, another is GetX. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now we can directly go ahead and use it, but once again, because we are using here before GetX, so we had this get material app. Okay, now with the Riverpod we need to do similar thing, but then it has to be here. Actually, you need to wrap around this myConst something called provider scope. You have to wrap around something called provider scope, this one, and then you have to put your my app. That's it. Now with GetX, once again, you do it over here, which we use get material app, but with Riverpod you have to use a provider scope. But then since we are going to go ahead and use Riverpod right now, we don't need get material. You can keep this. Okay, we can just keep as material. Okay, so which means that now our app is not going to use GetX. Okay, now our app should be using Riverpod. But of course, this is still not done about Riverpod yet, because we'll have other issues. Okay, but this is definitely still working because of GetX, not yet Riverpod, because with Riverpod, when you do like this, it tells you, okay, the whole app can use Riverpod, which means that the way Riverpod works with shared memory, it is usable over here, because this is the entry point of our whole app. So with Riverpod, you have to use it at the very entry point. All right, okay, so that's the first thing. But now over here, BottomNabBar, these things we need to change. Earlier we are using this OBX. Here we don't want to use OBX anymore, okay, because we are going to use Riverpod. So step by step here, if we are going to use Riverpod, then instead of stateless widget, we do use something called consumer widget, this one. Okay, so we can use this one, but of course internally you'll see that it has consumer stateful widget, and consumer stateful widget uses stateful widget. So internally it still uses stateful widget for Riverpod. Okay, so that's the first thing. And the second, if you do use Riverpod, which means consumer widget, over here in the build method you have to inject widget ref object. Okay, which means you have to put it over here. All right, so now we can go ahead and remove this. We don't need this, and at the same time we also don't need OBX, so I'm gonna cut this and return from here. Okay, so that's the first thing. Okay, and at the same time earlier here we had this injection. Okay, so we also don't need this one. With Riverpod you don't inject it like this, but that also means that over here we're gonna get errors, and that's okay, we're gonna fix them soon. Now with Riverpod you have to inject it within the build method. Here we'll have something called ref, because remember we have ref object, and then we can use watch method, and from watch method here we have to call the class name, this one, as well as you have to use the word called provider. Okay, all right, and then let's go ahead and check that. All right, and it has to be small letter, and let's go ahead and import it. Now where is this coming from? I'm going to tell you. Okay, all right, so it's more like injecting, getting the reference of the shared memory, and here you can call it provider. With GetX we call it controller. With provider, which means with Riverpod, we call it provider. And then here we can create a variable. So let's go ahead and do that, and var state. Okay, or actually you can also call it selected index, just like this one. Okay, let's go ahead and do that and hit enter. All right, so now it's going to give us whatever over here is available. This is a reference to the shared memory, and whatever is there, we will have access to that using this one. So we can go ahead and remove everything else. Okay, right. This is the selected index, and same over here. Okay, right. Now how about this one? So this is a method over here, right, on tab. Now for this one, we cannot exactly do it like this. We have to do it a little bit differently. First, we have to call this one. I mean, this is how it works in Riverpod. Okay. And then over here, you have to pass something called notifier. And then you have to call the on tab this one. Okay. And only then it works. Okay. And I don't think that we need to pass this. All right. But one thing before we go ahead and work, we added this method, right? And if you add a method like this, you have to go ahead and build it. So whenever you make changes in your provider, if you do make any changes, you have to rerun the code, rerun this command, okay? But there are better ways to do that, which I will show you later. Now, anyway, this has been done. So the idea is every time you make changes within your provider, then you have to run the method, this method, okay? And after that, it actually rebuilds everything. Now, I do believe that we are ready. So let's go ahead and restart our app, and then let's see. Yes, so it's already working, as you can see. And of course, we can confirm that. First thing, we remove GetX from here. And from here, we have removed everything that's related to GetX. So over here, it's right now only Riverpod and nothing else. So that means that it's working. But now you might have some questions that, okay, what is this thing? Where is this coming from? In fact, this is coming from here. So if you want to know where, so let's go ahead and click on this. So this is the file, right? This is the file that we have mentioned over here. Now over here, actually there is a provider. So this is the one, this is the variable. Actually we used it over here, okay? So with GetX, you can understand it like this. So this is the controller, and you can directly go ahead and refer it using get.put, and then you use this one. But with Riverpod, you have to use ref.watch and then the provider name. Now the provider name actually could be found over here. But then whatever the name you have over here, that name changed a little bit. For example, here you had bottom B capital letter, right? And notifier. So B would change to small letter. And after notifier, they will add another word, which is called provider. And that's what exactly we see over here. And this file looks extremely difficult, but we can ignore that. Okay, for now, we don't need this. But one thing you have to know, that every time you create a provider like this, this is also called creating a provider. And because of this, you can go ahead and do state management. Now, this name, the one that you will use from here, this could be found inside over here. In general, the name is located over here. But the names actually, once again, follow a pattern. The pattern is whatever the class name you create, that capital letter becomes small letter, and rest of the stays the same. And then here it attaches a provider. So that's how it works. So that's the first thing, okay? All right, now let me recap how Riverpod works, okay? So in general, you will create a class, and that class should have extend something, and it's going to extend exactly the same as a class name over here. You have to do that one, and then you have to do underscore and dollar. This, you must do that, and you have to make sure that you also have a Riverpod annotation, okay? This means that we are going to auto create code for example, the code we created in this file. Okay, and then of course you have to mention the file name. The file name is the same as this file name. The only difference is you have to use .g.dart. Okay, now this file is auto created once we run the command. Okay, so this is another thing you have to know. And then the build method will have, this is called build method. The build method will have a return type. Return type is whatever the data type you have, the object type. It could be string, it could be int, it could be float, it could be different type of data type. Okay, just like we had over here. In this case it was 0, but because we use GetX, so we had to use OBS. So build method defines what kind of data, the type, it is integer or float or like that. Okay, and then you can run your command to generate a file like this. And then if you add more objects or more methods, which you can do, and then you have to run this command again. This is what you have to remember. And after that, in your main.dart my app, this class, you have to wrap inside provider scope. With this, we are ready to use Riverpod in our application. And after that, wherever the screen, you go ahead and use Riverpod. You have to extend consumer widget, which is replaceable for stateless widget. And then within the build method, you have to find your provider. We call it provider. Okay, so this will return you something. Returns what? Return the data type and value, which is defined over here. And this is what happened over here. And since it is returned, we can directly use it over here. Okay, all right. And then if you want to call a method from our provider, because this is a provider, then you have to use the same ref.watch and then the provider name, but you also have to use notifier. All right, so hopefully it makes sense, and this is how it works. And then in next tutorial we'll see how to go ahead and replace this part using Riverpod, because this part is still using GetX. Okay, now this would be also your assignment, because right now we know how Riverpod works. So you should go ahead and replace this code over here that's being used as GetX or GetX controller. Use that Riverpod. Okay, you should realize it, make it using Riverpod. The approach is actually similar as this. Okay, if you step by step follow, actually you'd be able to do that. Now here are some hints to go to work over here. Remember, we were checking this using Boolean, right? So every time we click the Boolean, we toggle it, we change the value. So over here, instead of returning int, you should return something like bool, B-O-O-L. And then here you can have a default value as false. Okay, you can return that. And then you can create a method just to toggle the value. Okay, so every time this method is called, this method should get when you get called when you click on the button. So you just negate the value. Okay, so of course for all these things you can also refer from GetX, the one that we had early for our text expansion class. Okay, all right, so let me know how it goes. Thank you. Okay, so as we said early that we are going to go ahead and work on the rest of the stuff. So now, so we had this provider, right? So here we can create another one, and then this time we're gonna call it text expansion provider.dart. Okay, let's go ahead and add this. Now we could be clever about it, so we can copy all of this. Okay, and then I think we can also remove that BottomNabBar we don't need. In fact, we also don't need this one. Let's go ahead and put it here. Now first thing, we want to change the name. So here we'll have text expansion provider 0 dart. Okay, now here let's go ahead and change the name, text expansion provider. I'm gonna call it notifier. Okay, and then let's copy this and let's put it here. So that's how it works. Now in this case we don't want int, we want a bool, and then the default value we're going to return is false, just like we did for the other thing. Now here we can say toggle text. Okay, now here we don't want to return anything like this, it's going to be bool, and then here you can just say toggle, okay, or value, it doesn't really matter. And then here you just send like this, so toggle. Okay, all right, and then okay, so now this file has not been generated, so we also have errors here. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and run this, the one that we had early, this one. Okay, right. Okay, all right, so that's the first thing, and then we need to find our tickets over here. I think was it tickets, actually that was within the home, and I think that's all hotels, or was it hotel details? So let me check it, hotel detail, this one. Okay, so this is the file that we want to make change. So the first thing here, as you see that it has this kind of stuff. Okay, and we want to actually change this one. Okay, all right, now for this one here we can change it to consumer widget. This is the first one, and then it wants you to use widget ref. We do that, and then of course here, okay, this is our build method, right? So the whole thing, this build method, we can simply go ahead and return. We don't need this. Okay, so let me go ahead and cut this piece. Let's see where we are. Now if we do cut this out, actually this has to go out, so I'm gonna take this one and put it here. Actually that's the first one, and then let's go ahead and cut this, and then here we are going to put it. Okay, right. Okay, so yeah, so these are the first few changes that we did, and we know that this one actually we can, since we are using provider, we need to put it inside, right? And then let's go ahead and grab the file's name. It's been generated, so we can click this one, and then let's come over here inside this, and here we can put this, but we don't need any of this. And then instead of get.put, you use ref.watch. Okay, just like this. And most probably you also need to import the file. Okay, right, and has it been imported? Okay, of course here is this problem. So instead of calling it controller, we call it provider. Okay, right. Now let's go ahead and check on this. Okay, so here we do see that expanded. I believe we named the variable expanded, but here we don't have any of this, right? Yeah, so all we need to do here, just take it as this one, that's all. Okay, is provider returns true value or not, and here is the same thing, if the value is true or false. Okay, and then now for this one we need to copy this. Okay, and let's come over here, let's put, now we are going to invoke a method. We know that we need to use notifier, and then we have this toggle. Okay, so toggle value, okay, toggle text. So whatever the current provider value, this one, whatever it returns, so let's pass this one over here, and then over here we also pass this one. Okay, and after this I do believe we should be ready. Now let's go ahead and restart it just to make sure that everything works as we expected. And then let's come over here and let's click on this. Yes, it does work. Let's click on this at smalls. Okay, that's it. Okay, so it is working, and we know that right now we are using this Riverpod, right? So once you know the whole process over here, actually it's easy. Once again, instead of over here like GetX controller or anything like that, here you will use consumer widget, and then you have to inject or get it. Okay, you have to get the provider over here. So it's like creates a tunnel, okay, between your app and shared memory, and then you can access this value, whatever is there, and now that's been assigned. The value type is returned from here. You can understand it like this. And so it just becomes a variable which you can toggle. Okay, all right. And then once again, if you want to call a method, you have to use notifier. Okay, and then pass the value. So this is the value that we are toggling all the time. Okay, so hopefully with this you have also good understanding of how Riverpod works and how the UI update works. Okay, now after this, actually we are going to go ahead and work with block. Okay, so as we said earlier that we are going to go ahead and work on the rest of the stuff. So now, so we had this provider, right? So here we can create another one, and then this time we're gonna call it text expansion provider.dart. Okay, let's go ahead and add this. Now we could be clever about it, so we can copy all of this. Okay, and then I think we can also remove that BottomNabBar we don't need. In fact, we also don't need this one. Let's go ahead and put it here. Now first thing, we want to change the name. So here we'll have text expansion provider .dart. Okay, now here let's go ahead and change the name, text expansion provider. I'm gonna call it notifier. Okay, and then let's copy this and let's put it here. So that's how it works. Now in this case we don't want int, we want a bool, and then the default value we're going to return is false, just like we did for the other thing. Now here we can say toggle text. Okay, now here we don't want to return anything like this. It's going to be bool, and then here you can just say toggle, okay, or value, it doesn't really matter. And then here you just send like this, so toggle. Okay, all right. And then okay, so now this file has not been generated, so we also have errors here. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and run this, the one that we had early, this one. Okay, right. Okay, all right, so that's the first thing. And then we need to find our tickets over here. I think was it tickets, actually that was within the home, and I think that's all hotels, or was it hotel details? So let me check it. Hotel detail this one. Okay, so this is the file that we want to make change. So the first thing here, as you see that it has this kind of stuff. Okay, and we want to actually change this one. Okay, all right. Now for this one here, we can change it to consumer widget. This is the first one, and then it wants you to use widget ref. We do that, and then of course here, okay, this is our build method, right? So the whole thing, this build method, we can simply go ahead and return. We don't need this. Okay, so let me go ahead and cut this piece. Now if we do cut this out, actually this has to go out, so I'm gonna take this one and put it here. Actually that's the first one, and then let's go ahead and cut this, and then here we are going to put it. Okay, right. Okay, so yeah, so these are the first few changes that we did, and we know that this one actually we can, since we are using provider, we need to put it inside, right? And then let's go ahead and grab the file's name. It's been generated, so we can click this one, and then let's come over here inside this, and here we can put this, but we don't need any of this. And then instead of get.put, you use ref.watch. Okay, just like this. And most probably you also need to import the file. Okay, right. And has it been imported? Okay, of course here is this problem. So instead of calling it controller, we call it provider. Okay, right. Now let's go ahead and check on this. Okay, so here we do see that expanded. I believe we named the variable expanded, but here we don't have any of this, right? Yeah, so all we need to do here, just take it as this one, that's all. Okay, is provider returns true value or not, and here is the same thing, if the value is true or false. Okay, and then now for this one we need to copy this. Okay, and let's come over here, let's put, now we are going to invoke a method. We know that we need to use notifier, and then we have this toggle. Okay, so toggle value. Okay, toggle text, whatever the current provider value, this one, whatever it returns. So let's pass this one over here, and then over here we also pass this one. Okay, and after this I do believe we should be ready. Now let's go ahead and restart it, just to make sure that everything works as we expected. And then let's come over here and let's click on this. Yes, it does work. Let's click on this at smalls. Okay, that's it. Okay, so it is working, and we know that right now we are using this Riverpod, right? So once you know the whole process over here, actually it's easy. Once again, instead of over here like GetX controller or anything like that, here you will use consumer widget, and then you have to inject or get it. Okay, you have to get the provider over here. So it's like creates a tunnel, okay, between your app and shared memory, and then you can access this value, whatever is there, and now that's been assigned. The value type is returned from here. You can understand it like this, and so it just becomes a variable which you can toggle. Okay, all right. And then once again, if you want to call a method, you have to use notifier. Okay, and then pass the value. So this is the value that we are toggling all the time. Okay, so hopefully with this you have also good understanding of how Riverpod works and how the UI update works. Okay, now after this actually we are going to go ahead and work with block. Okay, so this is where we left off last time. We're going to continue to work on this, and then we can close this and these things as well. And we need states, events, and block. We don't need this, we don't need this. Now the next thing we need to do, we need to go ahead and find our main app over here. All right, now in general, in your main app, just like this, you also have to use block just like this. Okay, but now since we are going to use so now for this reason over here, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to cut this, and then over here I'm going to do block provider. Okay, and then over here we have to mention our block, the block that we created. The block that we created, that's called BottomNabBar. Let me see the block name. BottomNabBar, right, this one, BottomNabBar. Okay, so this is the one that we need to mention over here, and then let's go ahead and import it. And okay, after that, the one that we cut just now, our material app, so here we'll have child, and we will put our material app over here. So it is like this. So go ahead and create a block. Now remember earlier we said that this is our block. Okay, so every time when I say our block, it refers to a class like this, which will consist of your events and state. Okay, all right. Now to create a block, you have to use something called a block provider. Now block provider helps us to create blocks, and if you hover over on this, you will see that okay, it takes a create function. Okay, so as you can see over here, it takes a create function. So in fact this is a function, and then it also takes a child over here, as you can see. Now of course one may say, oh, it doesn't look like a function, but it is a function. Let me show you. So instead of like this, you could also do return like this. Okay, they're the same thing. Okay, now we know that this is a function. Okay, so that's why create takes a function, but it's more like a convention of people, you know, write it like this. Okay, so once we create it like this, we say that this block would be accessible in all the children. So that's what we say, that this block would be accessible among all the children. This is our block. Okay, so it's more like injecting, but we don't say inject, we say creating a block. Okay, all right. Now let's go ahead and check over here. So this is the class actually that we want to use, right? Now earlier, of course, we are using BottomNabBar over here with consumer widget. We don't want it anymore because we don't want to use Riverpod. So we'll go back to simple stateless class or stateless widget, the earlier one. And then in this case, we can also remove our widget ref, which we don't need. Okay, well, in fact, we can also remove this one. Okay, so these are all these things that we can go ahead and remove. And over here, so let me go ahead and comment this out so that we don't have any issues or error. Okay, all right. Now what we need to do right now over here, we are going to cut this one, and then over here we're gonna call something called block builder. Now it takes a builder property, and within it we need to pass context and another variable. Now another variable, in general we call it state. You can actually call it anything. Second one, we call it context, but you can also call it anything. It doesn't really matter. And after that, over here you'll mention your block name. So if you remember, our block name is bottom nav block. And then you'll also mention your state classes. We remember that our state classes were bottom nav state, this one, and then like this. And after this over here, we're gonna go ahead and import these things. Now I know that this is a lot of things going on, but here we are also learning a pattern that how block works. So in this class over here, we want to access the state. So this is our state class, okay? So over here, this is the state class, and these are the derived classes. So in general, over you mention this one, you take this one and mention it here, okay? You don't do this. You always mention the parent class or the super class, okay? So that's what we did over here. And for block builder, the first one, you always mention your block. Okay, so this is what you have to do. And then now, because of this block available over here, now as I said earlier that we're gonna call it block, so we'd be able to access this on tap event. This is called event. Whenever you write something inside this on, this is called registering an event, which means that, hey, I have an event for you, which means something is going to happen, okay? So we're gonna call this one, and we're gonna pass index inside this event object. Okay, we're gonna pass index inside this event object, and we can grab that one, okay? All right. And there are a lot more things to cover. Once again, it may sound complicated, but you'll get used to it. And you know, later on you create a block, you have to repeat the same steps. All right, anyway, so that's the first thing, okay? And now over here, we go ahead and create a variable. We can actually call the variable selected index. So let's go ahead and do that. Var selected index equal is a state as BottomNabBar selected, okay? All right, and then actually we can cast it. So let's go ahead and do that, and dot as a selected index, this one. Now this is coming from the one we see over here, this one. Actually this would be over here as represented, okay? Because now here we mentioned the state class is this one, but this class itself, you'll see that it doesn't have anything actually, okay? So, but it does have children. So we took the children, okay, we say, okay, this is the similar class as this. That's what we said over here. And yeah, that's how you understand it. And then we access this property, okay? So it's more like you created an object of this one, and then you select this. And then over here you have this, the value over here, the first one. Now we need to work on this one here. We're gonna do on tap, okay? And actually on tap is a function. If you do hover over on this, you'll see that it is a function, okay? So that's why we did it over here. And then you'll also see that even though it's a function, it has to have an int variable. So over here we're gonna write int index, okay? Now if a property is a function or not, you can hover over on this and you will see. If it is a function, you'll see that it says function. Like for example this one, this is not a function, it's just a variable, current index, okay? All right, so that's how you know whether it is a function. And every function has this kind of similar structure. Like you will have this two braces, and then you will have this curly brace, okay? And now within this over here, we're gonna do something called context.read and block. Our block name was BottomNabBlock, this one. And then here we're gonna pass, we're gonna actually call add property, this one. And then earlier we created an event, this one, on tap item. This is the one that we want. So we copy this one, and it takes something. What it takes an index. And how do you know that it takes an index? Okay, let's go ahead and import it first. Go ahead and import it as a package. Okay, so how do you know that it takes an index? For example, if you see over here, so this is the constructor. So we are actually calling this class, and this class takes a variable. So in the constructor, we pass the variable. So this index, this one, if you see earlier tutorial at the very beginning where I explained that on tab has an index. So every time we click on this, the index automatically gets recognized. Index means like the first one is 0, second one is 1, 2, and 3. So these values are automatically captured by Flutter, and we can call it index, and we just pass them. So which means that wherever we click, we grab that and we pass it to this one. Now, like this one, for example, if you see, it has ref.watch in Riverpod, right? And then in block, you will have context.read. So that's how it works. In Riverpod, ref.watch, in block context.read, and then you mention your provider name. In this case, we mention our block name. So you see they're very similar, right? If you see that. And after that, you have to have your notifier. And in this case, we call add. Okay, so that's how it works. And then we call our method. Okay. Now with block, you directly pass this, whatever the value you want to pass to this class. With Riverpod, it gets it automatically. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that one. So yeah, that's how it works actually. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart our app, and let's see that whether we have everything is ready or not. And we already see that we have an issue. Okay, right, and let's go and see. So initial is not a subtype of casted, so yeah, we have some issues. All right, so this issue is coming over here. Now why this is referring to initial? Okay, if you do see that, we can close this. If you do see that early over here, okay, so when we create this class at the very beginning, the super constructor gets called. Okay, all right, and it is gets called. This one actually, this is get triggered. This gets triggered. Okay, and then as this gets triggered, because we have used block builder, this UI can detect that this has been triggered. Now this UI detects it has been triggered, but the problem is over here, that this has not been triggered yet. This has been triggered at the very beginning. Okay, so now it tries to do a conversion. As I said, it's like a conversion. Okay, so whatever is being here, and in fact, let's go ahead and try to print. Here is a my state is state. Okay, let's go ahead and print and see how things go. All right, so my state is initial. Okay, as you see that this is printing BottomNabBar initial, which means that this one, okay, as I said that early, this one, each of them is a class, as well as actually they also hold our state, which means value, object, things like that. Okay, now because of this one, this gets triggered, and that's what we see. But here we are trying to get this one, we are not getting this one, so that's the problem. And because this is a problem, and then app is crashing over here, it's saying that okay, this is not that you have, it is saying that here you are casting with this, you are giving me this, but actually I got this. So that's why it's conflicting, and the app crashes over here. Even though we are able to cast it, but this is not of this type, and this type is being accessed from here, right? So this is the initial state. Now this state is described over here. All right, and there is another one. how about this one? So what we could do, we can also copy this and put it here, this class. But you'll see that this class requires you to pass something, okay, because this is the constructor of this class and it needs you to pass an integer. And this is what we could do right now. So over here we can pass a 0. So that means that during when you create a block first time, you don't have to always pass initial state. You could pass any state actually, and that's still gonna work. Okay, all right, so that's the first thing. And then if you do come over here right now, you don't have to do it like this, I believe. Okay, or even before that, let's go ahead and restart. Okay, now the error has gone. And then here we do see that we had state is this one, which means that this is already being emitted out there. This is already being sent out to the app, because this is what we see from here. In that case, actually, you don't need to do it like this, okay, because it's already so it's already a state like this because it's being directly emitted. Now here we could do a conditional check. If state is BottomNabBar selected, if this is like that, okay, all right, so what we could do? So we could go ahead and print like this. So right now you can think of this is a class, and when we compare like the state is this, which means that this and this class, they're the same thing, and it is like an instance of the class. And we know that if we can access a class, if we can do dot operator, this one dot, then we can access the properties, okay, and that's what we exactly did over here. So this class has this one, so we are able to access it over here, selected like this, okay, all right. So we are anyway either here first we did a cast and then we did a conditional check, but we might not need this at all, okay, but of course if you remove that here we'll have an issue. So in general, in that case, we can come over here and return it inside this, okay, and then over here we can just simply say state dot selected index, and the same goes for over here, state dot selected index. And if we have else, if else, as you can see that once you have if else, you also need to mention else return a container, empty container, which means you don't show anything. When you return a container like this, it's like there's nothing, okay. Now let's go ahead and restart our app, okay, all right. And then if you do see this like this, okay, so which means that it's working. Now we don't need to actually work like this. We can remove this. Now I know that it's confusing, so let's go through it, what's happening over here. So in English, or in Bloc actually, not in English, we call this as states, and states are emitted. And emitted how? From here. States can emit from at least two different places. The first one in the super class constructor. So you need to pass something. So you can choose to pass this or this based on your requirement. In our case, we passed the second one, which is this one. And at the same time, we passed a value 0, which refers to the first index. If you do go ahead and start with 3, you'll see that this would be open. Let's go ahead and run it. Okay, as you see that this is the last one. Okay, so this is the initial condition. So when you do 1, it refers to this one. So that's how it works. Now we need an initial condition. Why? If you see before, if you remember with GetX, with GetX you had like selected index dot value that was equals 0. Remember? Yeah. And with Riverpod you had int build, and then we had return 0, like that. So these are all the initial values. With block, you also need to assign initial value. Now we are able to assign initial value using this one. Using this one, it takes something, so we just passed 0 down to it. Okay, right. And then what happens over here? This one. Now remember earlier we said that we are able to call a method in Riverpod like this. In block, if you want to call a method, you have to have this one, and inside this you have to call a method. So this is our method. Okay, now this method over here actually prints, stores information. Store what? Whatever index you click in, that is being grabbed and sent over here, and then it passed down to this guy over here, and now this guy is storing this in shared memory. Now this whole thing is called adding event. Event means when something happens. So when you click on this, this is called an event is happening. Event is a general word in programming. Every click is an event. So when you click somewhere, an event happens. Okay, yeah, when you click somewhere, an event happens, and as the event happens you could do certain things, and when event happens you can transfer data. For example, when I click on this, I transfer the index number and store it in the value in the shared memory. So that's the first thing. And after that, and at the same time, actually when you click on this, you will see that this will get printed. Here I could say that print event happened. You can in fact also print event over here. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and save it. So let's click on this. I do believe that we might have to restore it. Okay, now let's click on this. So you see event happened. So what happened? This is being clicked. Okay, so you can find it, and as event happens, event transfer datas. In our case, we could do like this: event dot index. Okay, so we are passing something. This event is defined over here, and this event, this class is an event, and this has a value or variable called index. So that's why you can write index over here. You cannot just write index, say for example item. You cannot do anything like that. It has to be present over here. Okay, otherwise it's not going to work. So now I think we need to restore it one more time. Okay, event happened 1, event happened 3. Okay, so whatever the index you click, actually that's being transferred from here. Okay, and then to here, and then to here. You can understand it like this. I think this is the steps that how it happens. Well, we can go ahead and put some log over here. So this is a constructor. Now constructor can have a body. Now over here we can print my index is index. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and restart. So let's click on this. So here you'll see that my index is index. Okay, this one gets called first. My index is index, and then this gets called. Okay, so that's how it works. So it always goes through this one over here, and the general idea is, of course, because you are calling this class. If you click on this, you'll see that this one refers to this class over here, right? So of course it has to come over here and use this data. So right after this data saved automatically in the memory, shared memory, where everyone can share it, so everyone knows what is happening. And that's when that's done, actually over here the next thing happens. This is called emitting states. Okay, that's what I was saying early. So this emitting states is like, okay, now I know that there is a shared value in the memory. Now you have to let everyone know. So this one just stores the value, and this one happens, and this one tells everyone, okay, there is a new value, there is something change. Okay, so that's what it tells the world. That's why here we say it emit. Okay, of course you don't have to name it emit. You can name it, say for example, tell. Okay, so here you have to write tell. Okay, it's still gonna work. It doesn't matter what you write here, but they have to be in this order. This is the first one, this is the second one. Okay, the naming doesn't really matter, but there is more to go about it, which I'm not going to cover now because it's a lot of information. Okay, so this is why the block shines, because it you know what's happening, what happens step by step. For example, this one happened first, and then this one happens, and then the UI update happens. But with GetX and Riverpod, you don't know any of these things. Okay, it's difficult to keep track. They do expose a little bit, but not like Bloc. Bloc gives you explicit control. Okay, I mean, it's very much control on what happens. Okay, so even happened over here. And then you see that it goes to the UI and then tell the UI, okay, we have a new state. So you see how it happens. So first this one, second this one. Now this one is first is happening over here. Events, when you click on the UI, this gets triggered. There's an event. And then we come and tell everyone, okay, we have a new state. Okay, and if we have a new state, then the UI over here, you see my state is. So this is getting printed. These are the earlier logs, so you have to excuse that. Okay, so now the UI knows. But for example, if you do skip it here like this, let's restart. Okay, now you click over here. You see what happened? First, my event happened. Okay, all right. Over here, this one. So this is the one that got printed. And then over here, we know that something happened. So this is the second step. But because we skipped this one, so UI doesn't improve. As you see that you click on this, UI doesn't change because nobody is telling that UI that, hey, I have something new in the shared memory. So emitting tells it. Okay, that's why you'll see that nothing is being printed from here. Nothing new is happening. Okay, isn't this awesome? So you know that when new things happens, and at the same time you have to remember, if new things happens and if you want to redraw the UI, you have to use a block builder. Okay, they're all connected together. So now this one, okay, This one tells something happens, right? And what happens, exactly what happens, you can use this one. Okay. So this one over here is telling something happened, and this thing selected, our button has been clicked. Okay, that happened. Okay, let's restart our UI and we'll sorry, app. So we'll see that. That's amazing. So when you click on this, you'll see that, okay, now we know that, okay, something happened, and this exactly, this one happened. It means that clicking happened, and which means that, okay, we have a new value. Okay, so this is called when what happened, we can new state happened. Okay, this is called state. First trigger an event, and the next step is called state. State means new position, new situation. So this is exactly what happened. And if this happened, okay, so let's update the UI, and we see that it shows us different things, right? Okay, cool. But now, of course, here you could also do like this: emit initial state. Okay, in the what was this? Bottom, this one. So let's go ahead and restart. Now here you see that we don't see anything, because why? We have an empty container right now. First thing, see what happened. We have event happened over here, we know that, and then we are, so which means that something happened, we clicked somewhere, we still passed the value, and then we stored it, and then we came over here, we can detect what happened, right? That's what is printed, and then we have this initial. Now this is what happened. Now, when something happened over here, we tell the UI, okay, we have a new state, but this time, this state, I'm not doing this one. I'm doing this one, okay? So after storing the data over here in the shared memory, what kind of state, what kind of thing you want to do is all up to you. You can decide from here. Okay, for example, you have $1, you can buy a chip or you can buy ice cream. Okay, it's all up to you. You can think like this is a chip, right? And this is your ice cream. It's all up to you. What do you want? Ice cream. You don't have to do exactly any of this. It all up to you. And then because we ate ice cream over here, if you do see, well, our state is not chip here. I was looking for chip. Okay, this is something I call it chip. I don't have chip, so this condition is false. So I go to a container, and there's an empty container. Empty container doesn't have anything, black. So that's what we see. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, let's try it again. So I'm going to click any of this, and then we'll see that this one gets called, because this state is what's happening, right? What is happening over here? I'm having an ice cream, and then here it is checking for chip, but there is no chip. So we fall to this conditional check. If this is true, do this one. If this is not true, then do this one. Okay, let's try it. Okay, went blank again. So you see that as I click over here, we are still able to grab this index and store them, but we don't really, I mean, we are storing it, and then we are saying we want to eat ice cream, we don't want to eat chip. So here, this is called emitting states. Emitting states could be anything, okay, all up to, it's a logical thing over here, because you decided, okay, you want to show an empty container, so that's why here you did this one. Okay, you could do anything, all right? But in our case, because we don't want to show a black screen to user, we want to show something beautiful, so that's why we had this. Okay, and because this is a lot of change, you have to restart your app. Okay, so with this we can come to a conclusion that this kind of blocks, this kind of events actually are responsible for sharing data. Okay, and these are, after sharing the data, what you want to do. This tells you, okay, you shared the data, I gave you the money, what do you want to do? It's all up to you. Okay, use that money and do something. Okay, so this is what it defines. And then this and this are tied together using a new class. Okay, because from here you decide, you have everything, now you decide what to do. Okay, all right. And then the other thing we learned is called, every time you click on somewhere, this is called triggering an event. Okay, when we trigger an event, this happens. Okay, clicking on this is called triggering an event. Okay, initially when you click on this, you can trigger an event. Okay, and after that you share the data over here, and after that you tell the world that we have new data. Okay, and what to do with the data. Actually this one tells the world and this one tells what to do. So actually two things happen. Okay, this one tells the world something happened, and this one tells the world that what happened. Okay, go and do this and that, like that, or what to do. Actually not what happened, this one tells what to do, this one tells happened. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. I tried to make it clear as much as possible. I know I was talking too long on this, but this is a difficult idea and a lot of people, they get stuck. So anyway, if you don't understand, you should still do some experiment on this and hopefully it would be clear. And after that, if you still don't understand, you can always ask me questions and I'll be able to help you. All right, so with this we finished the first part of our block. Okay, so since this has been done actually, so I suggest you to go ahead and work on this text over here, expansion text, and this would be another assignment. Okay, so go ahead and work on this. So the idea should be same as block, Riverpod or GetX. Okay, the same thing. And since we already learned about blocks, so you have to repeat this whole steps. You have to create states, you have to create events, and then you have to have this block over here and then work with rest of the stuffs. Okay, but this time here, I mean, if you work on this, you don't need to really okay, here actually you need to make some changes. Instead of block provider, you have to use something called multi-block provider. Now I have tutorials on what is multi-block. You can go ahead and check that and do that. Okay, so instead of creating one block, you will create more blocks. Okay, but this part would stay the same. Now to create more blocks inside a multi-block provider, you will see there is a list, so you need to put these things inside the list. Okay, anyway, don't worry, I'll cover it. It's just an assignment if you don't know what to do. Okay, so this is the basic idea. So the only difficult part you might have is creating multi-block and then assigning this inside multi-block, but material app still stays the same. Okay, so that's what you have to know. And then the other part for states and events, you should just be able to create a Boolean value. So in that case, you'll just create one class. You don't need this. Okay, you can just have one kind of class after this. And for events, you still need two of this. Okay, but you have to name them differently. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and close all this. Okay, and since we are going to work on this, so over here, block, I'm going to create a new file. Here we're gonna call it text expansion states.dart. Okay, all right, and then over here we're gonna do another one, text expansion events dot dart, and then over here text expansion blocks dot dart. Okay, so in general you'd be defining from states. Okay, so here you'll have abstract class and you can call it text expansion states. Okay, and then here class. Okay, now you can name it is expanded state extends text expansion. Okay, like this. And then here you can have final bool is expanded. Okay, and then here you'll have is expanded state, this dot is expanded, you have to pass this. Okay, like this. Okay, now we can copy the same thing and then we're gonna be here. Now instead of states, we're gonna just call it events, and the same over here, events, and then here event, and we can just go ahead and copy this, put it here, and everything else stays the same. So with this, we are done with this section. Okay, all right, and then over here you can create a block. Okay, now here we're gonna do class text expansion blocks extends block. Okay, all right, just like this. Now inside this, okay, before we go inside, let's import Flutter block, and then inside this you'll have to have text expansion events expansion states. Now this error is due to it saying that you should have a constructor, so we're gonna go have this one, and then here we have to call super, and after that the text expansion states, this one, right? But of course we cannot use this one directly. We need to get this one is expanded state, so here we'll pass this one, and then it takes an argument, which means that we have to pass value for this. So the default value we are going to pass as false. Okay, like this. And then now we have an event over here. This is called is expanded event. So we need to register it over here, and you do it using on. And then over here you have to have event and state, and just like this. So you see this becomes a pattern. Okay, because the way you do it is pretty much following the same thing, but this keeps the code clean. But since it keeps the code clean, you have to write more code in different files. So this is the only drawback. Okay, but it does keep the code clean. So if you have a larger project, this is very helpful. But of course, it means that you'll have more files, but it's also very clear that what's happening. Is easy to track bugs. Okay. All right. So, and then over here we'll have emit, and then emit what? Emitting is okay. I'm going to come back to this later, so to solidify our understanding. So this part, creating block, this and that, and everything is done. Okay. All right. And so now over here we need to use multi-block provider. So I'm going to, let's see, cut this, or just directly write multi-block provider, as you see that, and it gave you an example actually over here. So that's how it works. Okay, multi-block provider, you'll have providers, a list, as you can see, and inside this you have to have this block providers, and then you'll have your child. Okay, so it's asking you to have this providers, this one. Okay, now inside this, actually we can have to put something like this. So copy this and put it here, and then we don't need create here. Okay, all right. And we have an issue, and what is it? Let's see. Expect it to find. Okay, right. Yes, it is expecting this, and let me reformat the code. Now it looks better. Okay, so now if you have many blocks, you have to put the blocks inside this providers list. Okay, multi-block provider. So we can just go ahead and copy this and put it here. And this time we created a block that's called text expansion. I think we can rename it to block so that we are consistent. Over here it's the same. Just do it like this and you should be good to go. And here the error is gone. So if you have more blocks to maintain your app state, you'd put them over here. Okay, and that's how we did that. So now we need to go to hotel detail, I think, which is this one. And within hotel detail, we have this expanded text widget. Okay, and earlier we are using this Riverpod. If you do see, let's go ahead and check that. So we had consumer widget. So the very first thing, okay, even before we do any changes, let's understand it better. The first change I'll make over here is this one. Okay, let's go ahead and click on this, and then write a part of the text, a code. So previously we learned that if we want to call a method or an event using block, you have to use context.read, and then you have to call your block. What is our block? Our block is text expansion block, this one. Okay, all right, and then you have to do add. Okay, and here we need to import block, otherwise it will get error. Okay, and then inside this you will call is expanded event, this one, and then here whatever the value was there, we take that value. It was a true or false, so whatever was there we take it. And how to take it? So what do we send over here? The problem is, if we say, for example, send a bool, like for example true, we can actually do that. But the problem is, next time we cannot send the opposite one, because each time you have to send, you have to grab the current one. Remember earlier, this one was always giving you the one that is the current state. So we send it to toggle state, and then toggle state has done the negation. Okay, toggle state over here, if you do click on this one, it did the negation. Okay, so how we work with this one right now? So that's the problem, because we don't have a way to grab the current text. Because for example over here, if you do send true over here, next time you come and check, it is true again. So it's always the same. All right, now of course earlier with Riverpod, at the top we had this consumer widget, and then we had these things, right? So in block we need to do changes. So here first, let's go ahead and change it to stateless widget, and then we remove this. We don't need this, and then we also don't need this. Okay, I'm going to comment this out first. Now over here, this one we can wrap around block builder, right? Okay, so here we're gonna say block builder, this one. But then this block builder would need a block name and state name. So I'm going to go back, because this wrapping doesn't work efficiently with block builder. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and cut this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this, and over here I'm going to write block builder, and then we'll have a builder. Inside builder we always do context and state. Okay, context is something that holds all the information, and because of state you can specifically point out something. Okay, anyway, now here we're gonna do return, and then whatever we had. It's okay if it's throwing error, we'll fix that later. And then over here we have to have text expansion block, and then text expansion states, this one. All right, let's go ahead and do that. All right, now inside this, of course, we have error because of this one, and we also had this one, right? Okay, but we are going to step by step solve all these problems. Now right inside this over here, I'm going to go ahead and copy this and put it here. That's the first thing. Okay, right. And then, okay, so this is the place where we use the state. Okay, remember over here we are already saying our state is expanded state, and which sends a signal to the UI that here we have false actually. Okay, all right. Now this state, because it gets executed at the very early of this life cycle of block, this state would be available over here. Okay, so here we could actually do like this: if state. Okay, if state is I think that was is expanded state. Okay, something like that. Okay, so your state would be already is expanded state. Okay, so they're kind of similar thing. For example, here can create a variable and we can call it is expanded, and then over here we can have state, and then dot is expanded. So this is the one that's coming from here. This not, yeah, I think, yeah, this is the one, right, is expanded. Okay, all right. Now this expanded value, this one is given or set to false by default from here. Okay, all right, because when we call this class, actually we are setting it initially to false. Remember, just like block, just like Riverpod or GetX, if you do see, come over here, there has to be a default value initially. Okay, So this part is same as this one over here. You can think of like this. Okay, so initially you are setting some values anyway, and then not only that, we have a state is also sent out. This is a state that's been sent out. Now this state over here in our hotel detail, we are able to confirm. We are first checking. Okay, you need to check. This is like checking what state it is. Why? Because here you can have this state or other state. Like last time we have seen, you can have many other states if you want, but we are only interested in this one. Okay, so we are checking over here. All right, so that's one thing you could say. All right, now if this is like this, we can, whatever the value was given early, we can check that. Okay, we can actually put it here. Whatever the value was given at the beginning, initial value, we put it here. Okay, all right, now what we could do over here, we can take this one and put it inside one more time. Okay, right, like this. And then over here is expanded. Let's put it here and let's put it here. Okay, right, so the first error is gone. You can also do it here. Actually is expanded, so this is this value, not this one, but of course we took it from here and assigned it here. And what else? Looks like we have other errors. Okay, let me go ahead and find this error. So what is it saying? Okay, I know, because this is if, right? So which means here. So you also have to have for else, and then we can just suppose a return container. If this doesn't match, we just say empty thing. We don't show anything, but it will always match. Okay, because the default value is false. Now we know that if the default value is false over here, this is not going to expand. Okay, it would be this condition, and then every time we click on this, it should be changed because of toggling. And how to do that now? Now over here we could do like this. Okay, okay, let's go ahead. Even before we change it, let's restart and see what's going on, whether we can run everything successfully or not. Okay, so yes, we did that. And then let's come over here. My state is BottomNabBar selected, which we have seen before. This is the log from earlier section, but anyway, now let's click on this. Now click on this. Okay, now it doesn't work. Why not? Because we don't have any event over here. This is the event that we can grab. Okay, but at the same time, if you do check and come over here, it doesn't really matter. You can say print my expanded value is expanded. All right, so let's go ahead and check it. All right, so here you already see that my expanded value is false. Okay, so this is the current value, default value. Okay, we set it here by setting it to false. Okay, right. And then, so this one could help us right now. And how does it help? So we get the current value. What is the current value? Is expanded. We declare the variable, right? This one. We send this one. So now, if we go ahead and check over here, this value is also sent down to here. Okay. So here, print my the sent value. The sent value is expanded, but of course it would give you false. We know that. Okay, we don't need this. Right, so let's go ahead and check it. Let's restart. Let's click on this. Okay, and if you do check, the sent value is false. Okay, well then, before we send whatever the value, always toggle it. So first time it is false, then when you click false, and by using this is called negation, so it becomes a true. Remember, whatever you put here, because of this thing, this is called operator, this makes it the opposite. So let's go ahead and restart one more time because we are changing it here. Now let's come over here. So now you click on this, what will happen? What log you're expecting to see over here? It should be true. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on this. Okay, so my sent value. So before we send, we are changing the current value, right? We are changing the current value. Okay, and then over here, if you, well, looks like nothing changed, but well, wait. And then over here, if you click it again, so it looks like this time it is still true. So it didn't change. And why not? The reason is because I have over here haven't done anything, even though we are changing the value, but we are not emitting state. Now this is something interesting about a block. If you send the same thing again and again, then it's not going to let the UI know that you have a change because you are sending the same thing again. And what do I mean by that? Once again, let's come over here. Let's see what happens. Let's click on this. Now you see my expanded default value is false. Okay. Now if we go ahead and click over here, this on tap event, here it's gonna be true, right? So what happened, it is true, and then I store it in shared memory. Okay, and next time when you come over here, for the UI itself over here, but the thing is that we sent or we stored it as a true as we click on it. But remember, earlier I said that we have to let the world know using Emit, but we didn't do that. Okay, we just stored a different value. We changed the value and stored it, but we didn't let the world know. Because we didn't let the world know, the app doesn't know something new has happened. Since app doesn't know something new has happened, so that's why we don't have any changes over here. In fact, this line doesn't get executed anymore. This doesn't work. Okay, this doesn't get rebuild anymore. Okay, because nothing has happened since last time. So you must let the UI know that something has happened. So here you could do emit like this, and then say well, here we could do, I'm not sure. Now, of course, here we cannot do 0 because it's not going to work, because here emit, this one expects anything of like this. Okay, this kind of thing. Okay, so it expects anything like this. So you could do this one. All right, but then if you do come over here, actually we want to call this one. Okay, let's go ahead and put it right, and then here you could say, you can also just say false. Okay, and now let's see what's gonna happen. Let's click on this. Nothing happens yet, but you see that the sent value is true. What does it mean? It is the one that we are sending it here from this UI. Okay, over here. But even though we send value true, but within it we are sending as same as before, false. Okay, so because this is false, and earlier on the UI it was false too, that's why no change. So next time when you do something, it has to be different than the earlier time. Okay, so we remember that event, this variable, it takes information from here to here. We know that event does the thing because is expanded, this gets called, then it has the information. So here we'll have is expanded. Now what's gonna happen, you'll see that, well, over here we remember, okay, one more time, let's go ahead from here. By default this is false, right? We take the default value and we negate it, it becomes true. Now since this is true, we'll come over here, we pass the true. Okay, at the beginning it was false and this time we are passing true. So this is different than the first time, so there is a change of value. Now this is the time that you go ahead and reveal the UI. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think we need to restart. Okay, now let's click on this and then it's get executed. You click on this, it's get executed. So first time it was false, then we triggered an event, this gets called, and because this is called, this has the information. We take that information, the new information, which is true, and then it lets the world know that, okay, first thing, it lets the world know something has changed, and what has changed is also lets the world know, when the app knows. And because this is a change different than the earlier one, so that's why you see, okay, your app is over here, this text is expanding or not expanding like that. Okay, so each time you click over here, it takes the different value and negate it, because now if I click on this, what's going to happen right now at this moment, this is false. Okay, so I'm going to click on this here, the value went to the shared memory is true. Okay, so it's different than false. All right, now this block builder detects, oh, it became true. All right, and that's what you see over here, expanded value is true. So it says, oh, this is something new, and when it detects something new, it's going to rebuild the UI. Hopefully it makes sense. The idea is you have to have different change each time you click. If the change is same, it's not going to work. Okay, now this has been done to optimize this Flutter framework, because each time something happens, the UI gets revealed, but rebuilding the UI is expensive. Okay, so that's why block checks if your earlier, whenever you transfer the data, is the same as this time. If they're same, nothing happens. If they're different, something happens. And this is very logical view. This is a logical approach to work with this. Okay, all right, so hopefully after this your idea should be a little bit more clear that how block works and how states are emitted. So anyway, so this is called emitting state. Okay, and this is also emitting state, but in super you don't need to really do using this emit, but when you are inside this one, you do it using emit. This is a callable function, but that's a different topic. I don't want to touch it now because I know that the block thing has been a little bit twisting. Anyway, but you already start to see that there is a pattern. So this type of writing code, same as the earlier section when we have done the BottomNabBar. So hopefully with this you understand better, and of course you have to make sure that you are wrapping things inside a block builder. Okay, so now this app is right now fully manageable using block, and that's what we have seen over here. Okay, right, now since we are working with block, over here, like upcoming and previous, this could be also toggled using block. Okay, hopefully we'll see in future tutorials that how to do this thing using block. Now once again, why we used block, because block is a mainstream state management package, which is highly regarded as a production level state management package. As you see that everything is fine-grained and tuned. All right, now I have other block tutorials. If you guys want, you can also take that. I strongly suggest to take block tutorials. All right, thank you.